is the crucible, boiling pot, the pressure that only the World Championship can bring. It's there! Now Matthew Stevens will be getting very, very worried. But a last frame, toss of a coin, a run of the ball, one way or the other can determine the outcome. The young man from Rotherham is in the semi-final. Remarkable.
Late night drama at the Crucible. Lovely.
Oh, what a terrible time to have a kick.
This surely is it. A wonderful battle and a classic Crucible late night finish.
Hello again from Sheffield. Shaun Murphy and Mark Selby had to take a deep breath to win last frame sudden death deciders to win through to the last four of this 888.com World Championship. They're good friends off the table, but they'll sit at opposite sides of the Crucible till one or the other wins their way through to the final itself. Both players in their early 20s. They've played each other twice before. Shaun has won both matches, but this is the one that matters. Shaun has the Crucible experience, having gone the distance and won the world title 2 years ago. En route to the semi-final, Mark has shown why he's regarded by experienced eyes as the most improved player on the circuit. We join the match with Shaun 3-1 up. He's at the table. There's no score. Commentary by Terry Griffiths and Willie Thorne.
One.
Well, he's left himself a tough black here. Well played. As he covered the black spot. Should be okay anyway. He's just to the left of the spot as referee Michaela Tabb has a look there. Black spot's not available. Has to go in a direct line between its own spot and the cushion. Won't affect Shaun Murphy's next shot.
There you saw Michaela Tabb put a hand over the top of the cue ball just to make sure it wasn't touching. It was a good black, that, in some ways. I think that was the best shot of the match so far because he left himself, as Terry mentioned, plenty to do with the black.
9. $16. $17.
Quite a delayed pause at the completion of his backswing, Shaun Murphy.
24.
Got a textbook cue action.
$25.
We may see that shot we saw in the early part of the match where you have to, as long as you miss the front red, play the arc into the middle of the bunch. There's 5 in a line. Now keep an eye on the white. He wants to arc it round the first 2 and hit the middle one of the 5. Nearly. Didn't quite get enough into the cue ball. It's arc late. He's okay though. He's been fortunate. He's been fortunate. There's the white. You see, he's trying to arc it into the middle red and he hit the 4th red. But luckily for him, he's pushed one on.
$33. Yeah, sure. 40.
Slightly bad contact there, just took a little bit of pace out of the cue ball, i.e. it wouldn't have finished on the cushion, it would have been another 2 inches out. If it's dead straight, look at a good sign of his sighting. Well, he's going to have to force it through the edge of the pack. This is not an easy shot. Well, he pinched the pocket. He noticed there that he potted it thick in the pocket. If he'd have potted that in the centre of the pocket, he would have caught the bunch. He purposely played it off the left-hand jaw to avoid contact with the pack. Good shot.
He struck that so well. You can see again the white curving in late, catching the top half of the red and not the bottom part. He's brought a few reds into play here.
It was amazing, Terry, wasn't it? The first time he played to arc it and hit the middle red of the 5, off an easy chance. That was a lot more difficult, that chance he had, and he arced it and hit the middle red of the 5. It was a lot more difficult black. Got really into it there, didn't he? This is a tough pot, especially playing it slowly. That's an excellent pot.
49.
They're never easy when you're queuing over the top of balls and playing them slowly as well, because at any sort of unwanted side, you'd miss the pot.
$54. $55.
Still a couple of pots away from making it a frame-winning break. He's already had breaks of 70, 84, 61 and counting.
$62.
Stays very still on the shot. We know Shaun has been working on his game. He's mentioned he's been to see a few players. I think he's been to see Ray Reardon and Willie Thorne on his break building, and I think he spoke to Dennis Taylor as well about his safety game. He's
69.
Similar scenario to the second frame where he needed one more red. He broke down on 70 with 75 remaining. This is the same scenario here. It's 69 this time. Still needs the red. Very useful Hampton Park balls with that.
doesn't seem that important now, but if he'd have missed it and his opponent got back in and won the frame, different matter.
He can actually
77.
tie the highest break here, Terry. If he pots the remaining reds with blacks, he would get the
78.
same break as Ali Carter did yesterday evening. A magnificent 144 Ali Carter made it. It was on a string, and this has been on a string. He played every shot virtually perfect until then. Commentator's curse.
85.
Red may be clippable in the corner. There's a double on if he doesn't fancy it. Oh, this could be a trick shot. This is a Massey he's playing here. I must admit, it sounded a little funny, Terry, that. I must admit, I didn't like the sound of that, but we'll give him the benefit of the doubt because it was such a great shot.
Are you inferring there's a push
93.
shot, Willie? I don't think so. He's far enough away, but
94.
Well, of course, it doesn't matter in the frame, but if he goes on to, as he makes another century.
101.
This is 99th century of his professional career. Wow, that's
Shaun
a
Murphy,
shame.
101. And they're frame.
So there's no high break for Shaun Murphy, but that 101 takes him a frame further away. He now leads by 4 frames to 1.
So 4-1 down. Mark had to do something about this. Shaun is at the table, 11 behind in frame 6.
That's an excellent pot. He knew that if he missed it, it would probably cost him the frame. Does the blue pass the red? It doesn't look like it from here, but he's a little bit hampered with the blue being where it is, and for both brown or green, which the green's possibly the more difficult one where the blue is.
Green ball.
You can see he's slightly hampered. He actually queued across that a little bit because he was having to impart a little bit of side on that he didn't want to.
Yes, I think he was worried about the follow through if you watch it here.
4.
He brings the cue across slightly. So easy to foul the blue then. This follow through.
5.
That's gone by.
That's a better shot. Played that perfectly. Once again playing in areas where if you're under it, it's one in the middle. If you're over it, it's one in the corner. There's no real need to bring the pink into play where the balls are, but he hasn't got a perfect angle to play for the black, so he may have to play for blue or bought colour again.
13.
He'll know himself, Shaun. He's quite experienced now for such a young man that seen Selby miss so many balls. He'll know that this is a chance to really stamp his authority on this semi-final. And the way things have gone, he'll be thinking of getting out of this 6-1 or 6-2 or 7-1.
$18.
Not quite there, and this could go wrong if he's screwing into the second red. Well, he's spotted them
20.
both. Well, he's on the pink into the centre, or the black off his spot, so he played that quite well. If you try to be trying to get an exact position, you see it here, that can go wrong. You don't get the cannon right, and you got a dead white. But he played with more spin to make sure he got away from there. Great pot.
Well, that was another pot that was a pressure pot because he'd have been frustrated that he'd lost
27.
position. And of course, if you go on to miss that shot, you're kicking yourself
28.
because you want to punish your opponent. The great pot on the black, he should now punish his opponent. It's obviously worrying times for
35.
Mark, but it is a 4-session encounter, this one. And he's got nothing to worry about. He knows he's playing well, but he's got to cut out those easy misses. He's missed 4 or 5 easy pots. And looking at the
36.
scoreline, it's definitely a false score at the minute with the chances he's had. Shaun's playing great. Let's take nothing away from Shaun Murphy, but he has given a few chances away that perhaps Mark Selby normally would have taken. So this is why when you get these kind of opportunities, you've got to punish your opponent, and Shaun's doing just that
41.
at the moment.
$42. 47.
Safe now, just hopes to knock this red in. Make sure of it. He's knocking most of them in.
48. $55.
Yeah, the pot's in the corner or middle here. Doesn't matter which. He's playing it in the corner.
Shaun Murphy, 55.
Well, Shaun Murphy made a very good 55 late on, having made a 30-plus break early. Mark Selby looking a little forlorn at the moment, but there's nothing to worry about yet. But he does trail by 5 frames to 1.
So it was a damage limitation exercise for Mark. Shaun is 29 points behind as we join frame 7.
Hello. Oh, it didn't drop. Could be costly now. One of those where you feel it is, if it had gone in, it'd been a great shot, but I had to agree with Willie there. I thought safety was the best option. This is a tough red. He's had to play with so much power to pot the red and bring the cue ball back out for a blue or pink.
1.
Yes, it was easy to cover the reds with blue and pink where they were. It was a strange sort of shot from Shaun, but you know, he feels he's 5-1 in front and a chance to win the frame from that position. But it was unlike Shaun to play such a reckless one from distance.
Well, he did mention, Willie, you told him to make
7.
things happen when you spoke to him, so you can't criticise him now when he goes for one. I'm only joking.
Yes, it was a tough
8.
one to play, wasn't it? Looks like Mark Selby's going to take this frame now. He's 37 points in front and Brown will be 42, so 2 more reds needed. One's a certainty, but is the other one? Should be where the red is near the black spot.
Sure. 13. Is that enough? You want to open more? Yeah. $14.
Just needs one more red after this yellow. Take him safe in this 7th frame. He's played that well. Playing the cue ball, he didn't use the
16.
side cushion at all. No heroics here, he should just pot this.
Mark Selby,
Believe that.
16.
Why do players sort of hit the ball that hard to play for the pink when he just needs the red? There's nothing certain out there. I think the master of that, Willie, is Mark Williams. He just rolls them in, doesn't he, when he's needs a ball to be safe. Okay, the guy could come back and play some snookers against you, but in general terms, he's now given Shaun Murphy a chance to win this frame.
Well, if Mark Selby wasn't confident after his last miss, this safety shot is tough now. All reds are in play. 45 with 51 on.
Well, Mark Selby can only see part of the red. You can't see any of them full ball. The one past the blue, you can only see on the left-hand side of the red. The ones down the right-hand side of the tail, I think the black is probably covering them. I don't want to be hard on him, but that red he should have just knocked in and forget about any colour after it. May still get away with this frame, but he's in a very bad position here and do well to get away without leaving something on. He's having to play this dead weight of 2 cushions. If he's short, it'll go back. Well,
Back of the limit.
it may not even go
Shaun
back.
Murphy, 4.
Shaun can pot this red into the right centre.
And that 4 points helps him now because he could risk taking a couple of low value colours. And the reason I mentioned that, the yellow's in the way, of course, for... Well, I don't know whether I'm shocked or not there. I think I am shocked. Because I think he perhaps should have played that for the pink and tried to clear at one visit.
And that's where you sometimes get mixed up out there. Shaun Murphy took a very dangerous red on a few shots ago. Now he's turned that one down, but still not sure if he's 100% Willie with the balance of his safety and potting game, which I know he's trying to improve. Not easy, that.
Back of the limit.
Maybe it's easier this
Shaun Murphy,
time, or is
4.
it still a bad angle? Probably a slightly worse angle that time, to be honest. The first one, I think it was a little bit fuller.
And also, if the red wasn't on the centre pocket, I think it would have taken the first one on. So perhaps he's just... Because Mark can drop this a few times where he'd be giving 4 points away, but if he touches up to it, he'll be safe. Bit better this time. Oh, didn't catch it, so there's a round of applause. He's left the red now into the right centre.
2 things here. Got to avoid the kiss on the black, and if he plays it plain ball, he's got to avoid the in-off. And I think he's sighing purely because he knows that he's got to screw this in to avoid the kiss on the black and also to miss the in-off. It's very thin. Not guaranteed to pot this.
One.
Oh, good call there, Willie. I thought that was like a half-ball pot. You see, if Shaun Murphy can't get enough backspin on to avoid the black, then nobody can. I think he tried to get to the left of the black, not inside it. Pink's still available. Just got a feeling he wasn't
Shaun
going to
Murphy,
make that.
1.
Yes, it's one of those frames, isn't it, where Shaun almost feels a little embarrassed with things, but, you know, he's got to learn how to put a player down when he's got him down. He'll be disappointed there not to have taken that opportunity to pinch this frame. It should be all over now.
One.
The yellow's virtually frame ball.
Three. Four. Seven. 9.
Be glad to get some table time that's of no importance in this frame.
12.
No harm just to pot them all.
16.
A little bit of an exhibition shot. He may kiss the pink in here. Well, it's called close position control. That is
21.
very good. Entertaining the crowd.
27. Mark Selby,
Black
27.
doesn't go in. It doesn't really make any difference. Probably the worst frame we've had so far in this semi-final, but it's Mark Selby that takes it.
On to the final frame of the session and a chance for Mark to salvage something. He's 16 points up with the last 5 colours on the table.
Played. There's the green going. Oh. Well, he's okay, but if it's dead straight, Shaun Murphy will have a problem to get back down for the brown, and it is. He's got tremendous power. Oh, wow. Seemed to hit that quite quickly.
Well, it was never comfortable, and his bridge hand, he was just playing the screw with his fingers off the table, and he completely mishit that. Didn't get through it at all, but once again, very fortunate to have gone safe. The little wry smile between each other there. I don't know whether you play the white in behind the brown here, Terry. Can you guarantee getting a good green if you play that?
Well, we mentioned before, what you've got to do is get the object ball safe. If you can do that and get behind the colour, fine.
But you'd rather say and play a thin safety shot then and try and get the white in behind pink and black and just make sure you get the green safe.
Well, if he plays the green to the left and to get down behind the brown that way, he could play it thin to the on the other side. Of course, there's choices out there. Shot time is just coming up to a minute. It's very important. I must say the last 2 frames have been in quality probably the worst of the 8 that we've seen in this first semi-final. Well, not sure about that shot. He's played his snooker behind the black, but the green is always going to come towards that left corner. I think has he got the snooker, or can you see part of the green?
Yes, you can see part of the green, Terry. I'm down the line, but he's going to avoid the in-off here. He'd like to hit it full if he can to send the green up this end of the table, but he'll have to play with a bit of side to do that. He's played it thin and played it very well. That was a very tough effort. If he can avoid the kiss on the blue here with the green, he can screw in behind the brown, but must not, under any circumstances, make green contact the blue.
Blue, wasn't it? It's quite straightforward, but Mark's having a good look at it. Again, taking a long time. He could just hit the green, just past the blue, possibly hold behind the brown, but I think he'll have to hit the blue with the green for that shot. It's complicated. No reason he can't just play the green back up and down the table. Shot time goes over a minute again. He's looking to trap Shaun here, when really he's got a straightforward safety. Well, that was one option. I would have played the green the other side of the black and pink. The right-hand side as we look at it. Could have left a pot on here.
Yes, the angle the cue ball's coming, those got to avoid the jaws of the middle pocket if he's playing this pot with the cue ball coming back round for the brown. Well, he hit the jaws of the middle pocket. That was always going to be his problem. Now brown to blue is very, very tough. Can he see it, pot it? And a little smile to each other again.
I don't like this, you know. I don't like this sort of thing going on out there. It's okay to have a fun and a joke at the right time during the frame, but this is an important stage. You should be concentrating on what they're out there for, and that's to win the frame.
I think it's impossible to get on the blue from here, to be honest. I think pink or black's going to come into play if you play around the table. Well, it's a great effort. Great effort.
7.
I think the way this frame's gone, I don't blame Shaun for taking this on. I know it's probably only a 4 or 5 out of 10, but I think in context of what's happened, he's entitled to take this on.
Shaun Murphy, 7.
Well, I can't agree with that one, Willie. That was such an easy safety shot, and if he was going to miss the blue, it is always going to stay on the pocket. But it's such a fine cut. All right, Shaun pots those a lot of times, but it's costing him now. Just needs the blue. Ooh, that black wasn't there. May have got in
5.
off. Pink was in. 4 kills and there's chances in the last 2 frames. That doesn't really enough count now. Mark Selby be delighted. He's come back from 5-1. He's just 5-3 behind now. Overnight.
2:30 start for the next 8 frames of this semi-final. See your name up there, all the players down the years.
That's right, yes.
The 23-year-old has enjoyed a sensational run to the last 4. A former finalist of the Scottish Open. Will you welcome the jester from Leicester, marvellous Mark Selby? After winning this title 2 years ago, this world number 5 is now one of snooker's most feared competitors, the reigning Malta Cup champion, the warrior, Shaun Murphy.
The players are set, Crucible crowd set, and in place to commentate on the next frames of this semi-final, Dennis Taylor and Clive Everton.
Thank you, Ray. Good afternoon, everyone. Second session of 4 between Shaun Murphy, 24 years of age, Mark Selby,
Thank you.
23.
Frame 9. Mark Selby to break.
The balance of power on table in snooker is, I believe, changing in favour of the upcoming generation. Murphy led 5-1, but somehow or other Selby managed to win the 2 remaining frames last evening. And an initial safety mistake from the 2005 champion.
Yes, it was nice to see both players enjoying the snooker, having a little bit of a laugh together, but when you start playing on the table, the friendship goes out the window.
1.
I remember my very first semi-final here against Cliff Thorburn, who was my best friend on the circuit, but on the table there was very little friendship.
It wasn't that match, but another match that you played against Cliff here, Dennis, I recall finishing at 20 past 1 in the morning, and Cliff said very defensively, I wasn't the only one playing safe.
7.
Yeah, probably when he was playing well, one of the toughest opponents in the game. You had to concentrate so hard. It's a new breed of player that we're watching here. And Mark Selby, a remarkable performance to get to the semi-final here, and he deserves it the way he's played. And at 5-1 it looked as if it was going to slip away from him, this semi-final, but he's in with a chance here, and it's
12.
going to be a close fought contest, you would feel.
I would think that Selby feels fresher today than he did yesterday, because it was only at midnight, as we see that there's a slight angle on the blue. It was only at midnight on the previous day that he came out of the arena a 13-12 winner over Alistair Carter, and you don't get over that in 5 minutes. Started slowly last evening, predictably.
18.
It was half an hour before he potted a ball. But I would guess that he feels in much better fettle today.
Terrific cue power. Just watch the white here into the reds, and look at it bit again. That's all done with backspin and timing. You can't coach anyone how to play that shot. You can tell them, but it's all feel and timing. It's a little bit like a golf shot when you spin the ball back on the green. And talking about golf swings, there's a gentleman with a terrific golf swing. Graham Storm finished second in the European Open at the Care Club 2 years ago. And what about this, Clive? 1999, won the British Open and qualified for the Masters in 2000. And you know who caddied for him in the Masters at Augusta? His mum. That's a bit of a record.
$26. $31. 32. $37. 38. 43.
This is a very good effort. He's having to work hard here because the black was out of commission. Pink out of commission now, and he's got a little bit of angle. Now the other red pots, but that would be a bit risky to try and develop the black. He'll try and force this in to get back for the blue again.
44.
That was about the best he could do from that angle. So he's got a long way to travel now with the white. He may elect to try and disturb something here. He can go between the green and the brown with the white, and a little bit of right hand side, and the white will head up towards the pink and reds, or if it misses that, the black and reds. Well, he's playing for the single red. There's the side. Terrific amount of side on that. But still not straightforward by any means
49.
here. Just watch the white. That's all done with right of centre striking. Makes the pot a little bit more difficult, but the players are used to the way the ball throws off.
Mark Selby, 49.
Well, Selby needed a big shot there and was defeated by the power that he had to generate.
Everything perfectly safe here. He did have a shot there, Mark, when he played this blue. I thought he might play it with a bit more pace to free the pink and reds. He got the side on. Let's see the angle it took. He played for the single red, but watch the side. Now, if he plays that harder, the white is coming up, and it would have cannoned the pink and reds.
Didn't mean to hit the red as thin as that. Almost went in off in the corner. And has now left this red for Murphy.
One.
Well, he will be disappointed with this positional shot there. That was a bit of a chance. He's going to have to play the snooker now.
Rainbow. Shaun Murphy, 1.
Murphy still 48 behind, but hoping to create an opening with that snooker.
I don't know if he's got the angle to come off the side cushion. He's looking at the two reds to see if they're a plant in the middle. I thought he could come off a couple of cushions and land on that, but he's come around to see if the plant is onto the middle pocket. Now that was unusual. Now let's see what pace. Normally you'd just play to land on this to try and keep everything safe. the one he played to hit, because there might be a pot onto the left middle pocket, and that wouldn't have been available had he have landed on the red he intended. If this goes, Shaun can pot this and get on the black. So although he got a round of applause for the escape there, it wasn't the red he was trying to hit.
Well, did that turn onto the near jaw? Sometimes those pull in on the nap.
Well, if Mark can get through to this, we'll see if it pulls in on the other side of the table, because it's virtually an identical type of shot. But can he get past the red to the potting angle? I, like you, thought that pot was in of Shaun's. I thought it was in the middle pocket. Well, let's see what happens here.
Struck firmly. Any deviation which would have been caused by the nap doesn't come into play. So just a red and a black needed.
Nine.
And this is the sort of start that Mark Selby was hoping to make, and that he was too jaded, I believe, to make in yesterday evening's opening session.
I think what stood him in good stead, Clive,
60.
is his match with Stephen Lee was 5-0 down, and he come back against that. The fact he was 5-1 down here, I don't think he panicked, and he probably brought that experience to this match.
17.
I'm sure that's so, Dennis, but I'm also pretty sure he was glad to get away to his bed, because it would have taken a while to recover from his midnight finish against
19.
Alistair Carter the previous evening.
$20. $25. $26. Mark Selby 26 and nothing.
So Shaun Murphy's lead is reduced to a single frame. Good solid effort back from Mark Selby, starting with a 49 break, and Selby has reduced Murphy's lead to 5-4. But there was an interesting juncture in that frame.
Yeah, this was the situation. The black was tied up, the pink was tied up, and there was only one red available, and Mark is such a good attacking player. I thought he might try to move the pink and the reds. He played the shot, watched the side, perfectly played. He's coming up towards the red, but the line the white was taking would have come up and cannoned the pink, so it could have opened the game up. And with the technology we have now with Hawkeye, this is where he was striking the ball, so it makes the putt slightly more difficult, but that's the side that will make it spin off the bottom and side cushion. And Hawkeye predicts if he had played it a bit harder, he would have hit the pink or the red, and it would have opened the game up. But anyway, he missed the red, but the most important thing was he won the frame.
Thank you. Frame 10, Shaun Murphy to break.
Of course, we must mention that Shaun Murphy wouldn't have been exactly fresh as paint coming into the semi-finals after his recovery from 5 down with 6 to play to beat Matthew Stevens. He did have a little bit longer to get over it, though, than Selby did his match.
You could see from that last shot the way he was sighting the ball that Mark Selby sights mainly with his left eye, and most of the players do that. One eye is a predominant one. You can see his left eye is right down the line of the shot. He moves about a little bit, Mark, but that's just something he's always done. Just a bit out that time. Early days, but we could finish up the re-rack with the 2 reds going up the other end of the table. A few more shots like this, the players might look at each other and say, do you fancy starting the frame again? One player can't ask for a re-rack, they've both got to agree, obviously.
Or the referee will say, this doesn't seem to be going anywhere. 3 more shots each, or maybe 5, and it'll be a re-rack.
Well, I think this will be the end of it, because Mark is having a go at this red into the middle pocket. Oh, that was a mistake. He was hoping the white was going to come back up the other end of the table towards the black. He didn't envisage catching the jaws of the corner pocket. He could have left something a bit easier than this, but he took the pot on. He thought he would be able to avoid the jaws of the corner pocket.
Well, he would have done if he hadn't missed it so far on the thin side.
I'm not sure what Shaun's thinking about here, because he can take this red up into the right corner pocket and play for blue or black, but he's scratching his head and looking at the other red, which can't be the right choice. This is, well, the red mustn't pass the blue, otherwise he'd already have been down. From this picture it looks as if it'll go, but obviously it doesn't. I thought it wouldn't go, otherwise Shaun would have knocked that one up past the blue.
Yes, good shot. No reason why he shouldn't
1.
have a go at that, because the natural angle wasn't taking the cue ball into the reds, and instead was directing the cue ball back behind the baulk line in case he didn't pot it.
Yeah, a good choice here would be in behind the yellow, but he wants to play it to the right of the yellow to block the path down the left side of the table for the escape. And that's good thinking,
Shaun Murphy, 1.
because if Mark comes off the right side cushion into the pack, he can leave that red. That's near the corner pocket. So good thinking to cut the path off. But has he got the snooker? Well, I think he might even be able to play this with a little bit of swerve. Okay, he'll still get a good safety shot, but if he swerves it too much, he might pot it.
Very nicely judged. Needed the slightest of swerves to make the desired full ball contact.
I think it's very important for Shaun Murphy to try and stamp his authority on this match again. He's let that 5-1 lead disappear. He's just one ahead, and this would be quite a good frame for him to just stop the rot, as it were. He needs to miss the brown. The only consolation for him here is the black won't pot into the right corner, and the red that Mark's left with isn't straight, so he can get up onto the blue here. So that wasn't the best of safety shots from Shaun.
One.
Just got into it just a little bit too much pace, but he's still got the yellow. He tried to get on the blue there. Played it with a little touch aside. Watch the white square up.
Yeah, sure.
Neither player quite up to 90%, which is what you would expect at least in a World Championship semi-final. But Selby's safety play not up to snuff. Only 36% of his safety shots have been good enough to prevent Murphy from potting a ball.
3.
Over the whole tournament, both players have potted 9 out of 10 balls they've attempted. I'm surprised the safety success is so low. 81% Selby, 85 Murphy, but that shows, I think, how Selby has compensated for that by his heavy scoring.
Needs the extension on the rest and his cue here.
Sorry.
Well, not only the players have to concentrate hard for 17 days here, the referees have to concentrate hard. And Michaela, I see, has got her glasses on today. She normally wears contact lens. That has
4.
spoiled it, so end of break. There's Michaela with her spectacles on, as I say. Sometimes her lens just dry up a little bit. She certainly is a terrific referee.
Yes, refereed her first world ranking final, the Welsh Open, back in February. This is her first World Championship semi-final. I'm sure she'll receive the ultimate accolade of refereeing the final eventually.
And a good referee is a referee that keeps out of the way, and you couldn't see her there. She was hidden behind the player, so she's certainly in the right spot. Mustn't get in the line of a player. Years ago, some of the referees would have been stood on top of the table, Clive. You'd be tripping over them.
Mark Selby, 4.
Got to be a little bit careful here, Mark. He can get down the right side of the table. He won't cannon the black, provided he gets a good contact. Got to be careful he doesn't push a red over the opposite corner. If he catches it a bit on the thick side, he could open the reds up and maybe not get the white back to near the cushion there. That's what he would like. That's pretty good.
It was from tight on the baulk cushion.
It really is a fantastic arena when you get down to the one table situation. It changes completely to when you've got the two tables. It's really the perfect venue, just under 1,000 people, and even the people on the back row have got a terrific view. From a playing point of view, you've just got a little bit further to walk back to your seat, but at least you're not sat right beside your opponent. There's a look at this crowd that are here in the Crucible. The odd empty seat, but it is sold out.
Several very good length safeties in succession.
He's got a narrow gap to find here, and he caught it a bit on the thick side. Wasn't much room past the black there. Had to get that just right. Mark takes the pot on, the white could go anywhere. It's got a cannon into other balls. He's a very, very good potter, but is it worth the risk here? He's not guaranteed to get on a colour. The white, there is a bit of a gap there. He might go through the gap and head over towards the black, but he's got to get close to the pot for that to happen. And that'll do very nicely.
1.
Wasn't sure what was going to happen, the cue ball there, but he got the pot. I thought the white would go near the black, but it's given him a favourable cannon there, and he deserved it.
Seven. Eight.
Yes, every shot he plays, Mark Selby just wavers slightly.
But
it doesn't seem to affect how well he plays.
15.
He won't be in any hurry to try to get the black into play because there will be a red right against it when it went back on its spot. So red pinks for now.
Yeah, there's been a few
21.
great players down the year that move into the shot when they deliver the cue. The great John Pulman, who is 10 times a world champion. Terrific cue action,
22.
just to move when he hit the ball. And I think Doug Mountjoy used to move forward a little bit, and well, Doug was a terrific player as well.
Ray Reardon lifted his head on every shot he played, and it didn't stop him winning the world title 6 times.
28. $29.
Yes, the secret is just delivering the cue in a straight line. Once you get the sighting right, it's a bit like if you set a piston up at a
35.
table, it would pot the ball 10 times out of 10. It sounds very easy, but that's what you're looking to get your cue action like. Deliver the cue through in a straight line.
$36. $42.
He's quite a tall lad,
43.
Mark. He's about 6'2", 6'3", but he looks very comfortable when he gets down into the striking position. Some tall players at times can look a little bit awkward, but he's got quite an elegant style.
$49. $50.
So it certainly looks like 4 in a row for Mark Selby, and from 5-1 to go all square is quite a performance.
Yes, it wasn't just 5-1, but it was 5-1 and struggling. The frame that he won
56.
to get back to 5-2. He missed an extremely easy frame ball. But another chance. But he certainly seems to have brought his best game to the party today.
63. Mark Selby, 63 and nothing.
Shaun Murphy has been restricted to 2 reds and 2 frames. That ball of 63 enables Mark Selby to level the match at 5-all.
So the semi-final continues. Observations, John?
He looks fresher today. I have to say, yesterday when he started the session, he did look tired. He had a 9-hour match, obviously, against Ali Carter. And I think today he looks like he's had a good night's sleep and he's ready to go.
Steve, it's early days, I guess, in some ways. You've got to just try and make sure you're still in there by the end of the session, whatever happens this afternoon.
Yes, well, when he was behind yesterday, I was a bit worried for him that he was going to lose touch and had sort of stopped believing that he could possibly go any further in the event. All of a sudden now, he will have got that belief back, and he's back in the stride that it got him to this situation in the tournament anyway. So I think now he's survived that mini crisis, and now you may see him go on from strength to strength.
Mark Selby is a gutsy competitor, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. And the thing is, he's getting the confidence all the time, Ray. I mean, as I said to you, we've said before, I think he's the most improved player on the circuit, and that in itself brings more confidence. He's very good in the balls, but he looks fresh as a day. He looks like he's ready to play.
Shaun Murphy, of course, knows all about the situation, and I just always feel that he's so focused and so determined, and when he's at the table, you always see that desire in his eyes.
Yes, and he's had a couple of sort of people fight back against him already in this tournament, and he's had to fight back himself, so he won't be fazed by anything that's happening. And I think he's full of enjoyment for the game anyway, and enjoying competing. That he knows he's in a match. He would obviously have liked it to have been a one-sided affair and get through to the final easily, but he's not frightened of a bit of a competition.
Next frame, about to get underway.
Nicely stroked in, that half ball red from distance.
Yeah, he will take the brown on. There's one red available, but looks as if the pink and black are tied up. And if that is the case, if the pink doesn't go, he'll have to screw back for the blue. If the pink pots it, might help the situation well. Certainly goes into that pocket. And I still think the blue would be the better ball to play on.
Shaun Murphy, 5.
His plan there was to, in fact he overhit it a little bit, was to get on the blue and then cannon into that pink. But the fact he's lost 4 frames in a row, he will be looking for a chance to get back into the groove again and get that smoothie silk cue action going.
Meanwhile, Mark Selby has rediscovered the potting and control, which gave him 3 consecutive centuries against Peter Ebdon and 5 in the match. Selby's wins over 3 top 16 players, Stephen Lee, Peter Ebdon and Alistair Carter, have guaranteed him a place in the top 16 for the first time next season. So he'll be back here and guaranteed to appear in the Masters.
Six. Mark Selby, 6.
Yeah, he turned professional in 1999, and we always used to say it takes a pro 6 or 7 years to establish himself and serve his apprenticeship. Some might do it a little bit quicker than others, but I think Mark Selby feels the time's right for him, and here he is playing in the semi-final of the 888.com World Championship. He's done remarkably well here.
If you pot the ball, you get another shot. But having finished tight on the baulk cushion, you can only attempt to lay a snooker.
Mark Selby, 1.
Now, it's not as easy as it looks, this, to come off the side cushion and nestle into those reds that are behind the pink. If he misjudges that, he'll slip past and leave a couple of reds on, so he's got to be very careful here. What he would like to do is just nestle on those, but if he doesn't judge the angle right and he slips past them, there's 2 reds waiting to be potted into the left corner, so he'll have to be very careful here. I think that's about the angle where I've got the lines that he needs. But if he gets a little bit of side on it and it comes to the right of the line as you look at it, he could leave one up. Judged it well.
Judged it so well that Selby can't return the cue ball to the baulk cushion.
Yeah, we could do with a touching ball here to resolve this, because there's not a lot available to Shaun here either. He might have to play a similar shot. It's one of those where some players play like a, well, he's just nudging into them. They play like a miscue so that you don't push the shot. You just slide the white onto the red.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
Back.
surprise so soon. You'd have thought they'd have played for a touching ball, but we're going to start again.
Yes, I was surprised about that, but there was no significant advantage to either player. So it'll be a case of frame 11, take 2. That's the 80-year-old trophy that is at stake this week. It was paid for out of the entry fees from the competitors in the first championship, which finished in May 1927. It went all the way through that season.
Frame 11, Mark Selby to break.
And just to take up that point, it's only in the modern era that the whole championship has been played in 17 days. It used to be the case that it ran the entry fees from the competitors in the first championship, which finished in May 1927. It went all the way through that season.
Frame 11, Mark Selby to break.
And just to take up that point, it's only in the modern era that the whole championship has been played in 17 days. It used to be the case that it ran throughout the season in different venues, and each match lasted at least 37 frames. Some were 61 or 73, and the final at one point was best of 145.
Can you imagine, Clive, if it had been televised and you're in the second frame and you say, if he misses this blue, it could cost him the match? 144, the best of him.
Foul and a miss. Mark Selby 4.
He's just coming to have a look to see if the... Well, he was looking at the red to the right in the back of the bunch, but it's not on. And the one to the middle pocket is far too close to the white.
Murphy playing the 2 cushion escape because if he played the 1 cushion either side, there would be a danger of leaving a red.
A little bit this way. Okay, Mark.
That's where it was. And it was in fact replaced about 2 or 3 inches further up the table. Same angle for the shot though.
He's trying to run away up the table here. He'll have to be a bit careful if he glances off a red. It's so easy to finish up kissing into another ball. Or even the one you play off sometimes. You can send it off a cushion and double kiss it. But he wants to get the white up the table to get out of this situation. Once again, it's a little bit of a stalemate here. He played it well. We're back to normal.
An appreciative tap of the table from Selby for the quality of his opponent's safety shot. That wasn't a glancing escape.
He's got away with it though. This is quite awkward. He could have left something a lot easier than this. Misjudged that completely. Played to hit the reds on the left side as we look at it and take the white back up to the bulk area. This is awkward queuing here. That's pretty good. In fact, it's very good. The reason I say it's very good, but with the red up near the middle of the table there, didn't matter what side of the blue he finished on. But Mark was a long way off his 2-cushion get out there. He was playing it with left hand side to glance off 2 cushions, just clip that red and go up the left side of the table.
Seven.
Couple of loose reds, but he's got the angle to go into them. They're not a good pack, but watch how he plays this, Shaun Murphy. Watch the whites spin and spin again, but it was still going to be difficult to get those nicely open and to keep the white
14.
in good position. So he's going to have to pull out a good pot here to keep this effort going. I think he can avoid cannoning the black and leave himself on that if he pots this. Well,
15.
he couldn't avoid the cannon and it's gone safe. Yeah, I think it was a natural cannon into the black. He was hoping to hit it more of a half ball.
Shaun Murphy, 15.
Well, the red nearest the right-hand side cushion looks a little tight to it to play the cross double combined with safety. But it was perfectly judged. Except that the cue ball has finished on the baulk line instead of just short of it.
Green ball. Mark Selby, 1.
Well, safe by the narrowest of margins.
That's quite amazing, that. Mark can't believe that. He was in quite an awkward position. He was trying not to land on this red. He was trying to just get into them there, and well, that was an amazing escape because he can't get to the one to the middle pocket.
Both these players are having to play a lot of thin safeties from the baulk cushion.
He's got a shot on off the reds, though. Anywhere near that line would always hit it too thick. He's made a mess of this. Has he been lucky again? Is there a red on to the right corner? If he's got out of this, that's two great escapes. That is very tight. Oh, let's see, he's looking long and hard from that side. We are virtually in the same position now with our camera this side, and it doesn't go. You can look all day, you can rub your eyes, Mark, it doesn't go, trust me. It doesn't matter how well you play it live, you can't pot balls that don't go. He was looking, well, he had a good night's sleep, as John Parrott was saying. Looks a bit fresher, but I'm sure that doesn't pot. He'd have to play it in off that right angle. There's no way it goes in the middle of the pocket. You'd have to really squeeze it in off that right hand jaw. Well, I said you can look all day and it won't go. Now, has he got a bit of good fortune? Okay, there's a red into the left corner, but it could have been easier.
Well, the red that he struck made quite a thick contact in a way on the red that was obstructing it.
Well, that is quite amazing. Shaun, in the last few shots, has had a terrific run of the ball, and you've got to take advantage of it. He missed this by a long way. What a fluke. He's lost 4 frames in a row. Is that going to be the bit of good fortune that gets him going again?
6.
As is so often the case, it's not the fluke, but what comes from it.
7.
And we've got Cliff Thorburn with us, come over from Toronto, and the first ever maximum break made here. Well, we all know how it started, Clive. He missed the red in one corner, it wobbled, went across, dropped in the other, and Cliff made that magnificent maximum break.
Yes, that was the first maximum ever to be made at the Crucible.
13.
Yes, never to be forgotten. And one of the shots when Bill Werbenick just popped his head round the other table to watch. And sadly,
14.
Big Bill no longer with us, but was a great character and good friend of Cliff's.
$20. $21. 26. 27.
We can focus on the fluke which started this break, but of course it was Selby's misjudgment of a red that wasn't potable in the view of Dennis and myself, that he attempted anyway and spread the bunch.
33. 34.
Yeah, this was it. That red, I don't believe, would go past the edge of the one in front of it.
Forty. 41.
Well on his way to taking his first frame for quite some time. He led 5-1, seen Mark come back to 5-all. It was a very timely fluke. You'll have to make a song, Clive, and call it "It Started
47.
with a Fluke." Earl Brown, his favourite song
48.
from Hot Chocolate, started with a kiss. And this fella's a pretty good singer, you know, as well, Shaun Murphy, believe it or not.
Well, sings a few hymns every Sunday
51.
as a devout Christian.
$52.
But he knows what to do with a fluke, apologise and take full advantage.
Listen, you get enough bad luck in the game, you've got to take advantage of your good fortune.
$55. Shaun Murphy, 55.
Shaun Murphy ends his 4-frame losing streak, and with that break of 55 takes the lead once more at 6-5. I can add to that statistical information the most uncommon score in a frame of snooker is 3.
You've got me fascinated, Clive.
That is statistically true. I know this.
Thank you. Frame 12. Shaun Murphy to break.
When you're playing a 3 or 4 session match, you usually play them, as we keep saying, in little mini sessions. Your target 8 frames would be to win at 5-3. Shaun Murphy achieved that, although it could have been a bigger margin. If he can win this frame, he'll have shared this session And that really is, I suppose, a target as well. If you're a couple of frames in front, if you can keep sharing the sessions, you won't lose.
No, but if you don't go a bit further away, you'll have plenty of anxiety.
You mentioned earlier about Mark making 5 centuries in this match against Peter Ebdon. His highest break in this semi-final has been a break of 63, but he's only 1 frame behind at 6-5, so it's not all about making century breaks. The 50, anything over 50 gives you a good chance of winning a frame.
Murphy pretty satisfied with that as he walked back to his chair.
I'm not sure if he can get past the red to pot the red. There's one that I've just put in the little circle there, but he doesn't really want to be taking it because the white's going to cannon into the red that's behind the black. But if he doesn't see a safety shot, he may be forced into taking that pot on. There's the angle that he's looking at. So he's got to make sure and pot this, because who knows where that white ball is going to finish.
Difficult, high risk, and uncertain potential gain, even if he does get it. Selby already been thinking about it for 75 seconds.
Because the line that he would take, if he plays this with a bit of pace, that's the line the white's going to take. So he's going to cannon something there, and he just won't have any clue exactly where it's going to finish. So here we go.
Now that could have been a lot worse. Could so easily have left Murphy right in.
Well, I suppose we have to say Shaun did have a good run of the ball in the previous frame. Mark's turn this time. I mean, the red that's to the left of the black is such a difficult pot. But where's the safety shot? And I think Shaun has had a good look around the table. He can see a good safety shot, and he's going to fully commit to this tough pot. Never fancied it.
And wouldn't have played it if he could have seen a feasible alternative.
The black must pass the red, the way Shaun played that last shot. Okay, it's a very thin snick here. Maybe he can't hold for the black, but the black must go past the red. Otherwise, Shaun, I'm sure, wouldn't have played that. But this is such a thin snick, he can't really hold it for the black. As you can clearly see, the black pots. He's got to play this with a little touch aside, and he's got to try and avoid a cannon into the reds to take himself up onto the blue or one of the bulk colours here. Well, the pink, if he drops it in, he could get on the pink. Well, he could hold for the black
One.
as well. So it wasn't as thin as we thought.
Eight. Nine.
That's a situation where being over 6 feet tall is an advantage.
Selby has also got a much more compact action than he had up to 2 years ago.
Sixteen.
This is a bit trickier than he was hoping it would be.
Yeah, he didn't judge the cannon when he led the last pot there. He thought it was just a straightforward little cannon, and he would have been on a nice easy red if he cannons those two, but it's just finished a little awkward.
Well, the red to right corner is a spider shot, and it wouldn't just be a drop in either. He would need some spin to gain position.
Just coming up to 1 minute and 20 seconds there, and thinking. Mid-session interval coming up after this frame. 6 each. Would look good from Mark Selby's point of view.
Seventeen.
Did well to get the backspin. A pity from his point of view that the cannon on the second red doesn't leave him access to the black.
Oh, big shot on the blue. The red's over the middle pocket. Bit of pressure on this one. Well played. Terrific shot. He knew that that was such a big shot,
22.
and now he's given himself an excellent opportunity. Oh, that was a little gem he pulled out there.
$23.
It was the sort of shot on which the entire frame could swing. Had he missed it, he was bound to leave Murphy a sitter for starters. But now he's got a very promising chance to level the match at 6-all at this visit.
28.
Shaun Murphy led 5-1 last evening, but since then has won only one frame out of 5.
$29. Sure.
What does Mark Selby do for relaxation? He plays 8-ball pool for Leicestershire with his mates.
It's a delicate little screw now to get himself up onto the blue. Hasn't got the
36.
angle for the black here, but the reds are perfectly placed.
$37.
Played to perfection. A perfect angle.
$42. $43.
Just gone a bit too far. He's got a bit of a problem now. Just
50.
that inch or two has made a vast difference here, because he can't control the cue ball now. So it all depends on this angle he has. The red near the black's the one he played for, and now he's hampered. And okay, he could run this through and maybe avoid the cannon on the black and come out for the black, but as soon as you play this type of shot with a little bit of pace, that pot becomes so much more difficult. I can't see what else is available to him. Okay, he could play a safety shot, but I think he's got to take this one on. Well, Hawkeye will show you the shot he was playing was just to leave it anywhere there. It just went a little bit towards the other red and left himself hampered. But yeah, he's still got to take it on, because he's quite good. He's tall, he can bridge over the red. As long as he hits the white in the centre, he'll pot this. Yeah, that's about as good as he could do, really.
51.
Couldn't avoid the cannon on the black. Now 51 ahead. I think he's just going to roll to the black, keep it tied up. Pretty good choice there.
Selby, 51.
Selby goes back to his seat, 51 in front. So if he gets one further chance, he should secure the frame.
That was about the best he could do there, and even then he's left a red that could be cuttable into the right corner pocket. Can't just run away up the table because of the red next to the green. Might have a little thin snick where he could run up towards the black again, but the one that's just below the white will cut into the right corner. Yeah, the one in that little tiny circle cuts back into this pocket. It's a very risky shot, but the safety shot's difficult. Could take that on. If he doesn't fancy that, I think he can glance off that and just take the white up towards the black and even move the black tighter on the cushion. But now he's getting the extension out. I think he might be thinking about taking the pot on. Oh, key shot. No, played the safety shot, but he's got the white over there anyway, so definitely the right shot. It was a risky cutback. He had a brief glance at the two reds to the right of the pink just to see where they were in line with. It's not easy just to roll to a red here because you'd leave a couple of pots into the middle pocket.
Murphy's turn for a long think.
Yeah, those two are not in line for the pocket. He did have a glance at them.
Even if he were to get the cue ball to the ball cushion, he would be a sitting duck for Selby to stun off the red behind the green and leave the cue ball behind the green in a nasty snooker. There was just no way he could get safe there.
Yeah, I think he was hoping, if he potted that, he was obviously on the blue, but he was hoping for this red to come away from the pocket, and then it would have been a difficult red that's between green and brown for Mark Selby to go at.
One.
Well, he potted a very good long blue earlier in this frame. This is not quite as difficult. Well played again. Now where's the cue ball? Oh, look where it's finished. That was a little bit of adrenaline. He just over screwed that.
6.
So he's far from safe yet, even though he leads by 57 points. He's in a bit of a hole again. I don't know if he can play off that red. He's awkward striking. If he could miss the blue and leave the white up near the end of the line there, it would be very difficult. But it all depends whether he could miss the blue. He'd be pushing the red towards the side cushion. He's going to have to give this a little bit of thought. But that's a possibility.
A lot of thought going into this frame. Either player in turn facing a shot where it's very difficult to decide what to do.
Mark Selby, 6.
Shaun had a quick glance round at the scoreboard. He's looking at the two reds again, the one that are not quite a plant. He's starting to think, well, could I possibly make the plant? Could I play to get back on the black? I wouldn't leave a great deal, but if I got the plant, I would give myself a chance of the black. Might be worth a risk, that. He's got a good cue ball though. Mark had a quick glance at the two reds that are behind the pink here, and they're not in line for the middle pocket. And there you can clearly see that they're nowhere near a plant.
Well, how does he play this shot with minimum risk?
Yeah, he can't just roll up to the red there. That's to the right of the two near the pink, because if he didn't get that absolutely right, he'd leave a pot on for the middle pocket. He'd have to just nestle on the right side of the red as we look at it, and that would be very difficult to judge. And if he risks glancing off that red, he would leave one near the green. You see, if he was to glance off that red, take the white off the side cushion over to the baulk cushion, the red next to the green will go in the middle pocket. So if he didn't get that absolutely right, he'd leave a pot on. So a lot to think about here. Yes, he didn't really play the pot there. He thought he would miss the pocket to the left, and it would have been a very good shot had he have achieved that. He's a bit unlucky really to wobble the red and leave it there. Everything else was perfectly safe. Chance for Shaun Murphy in this frame before the mid-session interval.
One. Four. Five.
He's okay at the moment, taking smaller valued colours. He can afford to take 2 or 3 of them before he moves up to the pink. Blues okay for a couple of pots also.
8.
Oh, dear me, I mean, that's just, that's a bit
Shaun
ridiculous.
Murphy 8.
I mean, that is the easiest pot in the world, and to get a kick at that stage, I mean, have a look at this.
Bad luck for Murphy. Reprieve for Selby. Not the easiest of reds left, but more likely to pot it than not.
I think that's one of the worst kicks I've ever seen, because it was such an easy pot to throw the red offline. It was only going a short distance. It was quite amazing.
Red and colour needed. Oh, boy. Long way out.
Well, he's got away with it somewhat, but he didn't intend to bring the black into play. The black was much better for Mark on that cushion or near the cushion.
Well, he wanted to avoid the black. I think if he could have just stroked that red in, he wouldn't have missed it. But ended up hitting it very thin. This is turned into a very edgy and important frame. Murphy wants to win it from behind to go 2 frames clear at 7-5. Selby was certainly expecting to win it when he was 57-0 in front.
That 49-point advantage is not a great advantage at the moment with the way the balls are situated, believe it or not. This is a pretty good shot he's played here. Snookered on all the reds, and this has got to be very precise here to judge the escape off the 2 cushions. It's not going to reach. It's not going to reach.
Foul and a miss.
That's the
Mark
line
Selby,
he's looking
4.
for. But he knows if he doesn't get it right, he can leave the red on that's next to the black.
Is that about right? Is that about right? Touch more. Mark.
That's where it was. And it's back in exactly the same place.
Better pace this time. Has he got the same line? He hasn't.
Foul and a miss.
And he's left the red
Mark
that's
Selby,
next to the
4.
black.
And it's the only ball that Selby needs to level at 6-all.
There's the white.
Foul.
An anxious
Shaun
look
Murphy,
around at
4.
the scoreboard. it's one of those situations where he was safe when he potted the red, but when the white went in, suddenly, well, the difference is 53 with just 50 on. It's one of those unusual situations where you make a foul shot but you gain an advantage, Clive.
Yes, because Murphy does need a snooker.
I don't know if anything could be done about the rules in that situation, Clive, because you shouldn't really gain an advantage from a foul shot, should you?
Well, I understand what you're saying, Dennis, but where would you replace the red? And it's an anomaly that's been part of the game, well, virtually since it started, and I don't know, it's part of it, part of the fabric.
I remember playing in Australia and Eddie Charlton at a tournament, and if you fluked the ball, it had to come back on the table. You had to nominate your pocket. And do you know who the first one was to get a fluke? Steady Eddie.
Selby taking nothing for granted because Murphy needs only one snooker. But for the in-off, he would have needed several. That should give him all the extra insurance he needs.
Pink ball.
So we can say for sure
7.
that Mark Selby has won 3 of the first 4 frames to be played this afternoon.
8.
And by so doing has levelled the match at 6-all.
Mark Selby 14 and nothing.
6-all at the mid-session interval then.
Well, 6-all as they go off for a break, and the last frame, it sort of started to go downhill a little bit. It was slow going, wasn't it?
It was a little ragged, wasn't it? There was a couple of opportunities for both players. Shaun had a horrible kick in the centre pocket, but, you know, credit to Mark Selby making a decent break at the start of that frame, potted a cracking long blue in it, so he probably deserved to win the frame anyway.
Get to the sanctuary of the dressing room and then just reflect on the frames that have been, Steve.
That's right, yeah, so that sort of luck levels itself out in different ways. Obviously Shaun had that amazing fluke in one of the frames and kicks the opposite side of the luck spectrum in some ways, but it can be just as devastating. Going out, perhaps coming back into the practice room for a bit of practice there, I'm not sure.
Well, I guess there's got to be peaks and troughs, and then I'm not saying it's the occasion getting to them, but that frame did slow down, and all of a sudden the pair of them looked totally different players than they have done.
Yeah, Mark Selby would be delighted. Obviously came out 5-3 down today, so to win that little mini session 3-1, get himself back on level terms, he'd be very pleased with that.
Steve, what are your observations overall from Mark Selby's performance? This is new territory for him, of course.
It is new territory. I think he's done very well to get back into this match, especially from the how it started off. But also throughout this tournament, it's a sort of 17-day tournament. You're allowed to have dry spells, tired spells. And it's how you react to those and come back. You know, this may be a session where they both are fatigued. They need to recharge their batteries. When they finish this session, they'll have the rest of the night off, come back, perhaps rejuvenated tomorrow. But you just have to try and get through those periods of time.
Well, that match is going to continue a little bit later. Time for us now to continue our series that meets the people of Sheffield. This afternoon, from Strictly Come Dancing, Mr. and Mrs. Bennett. We know them as Darren and Lilia, top ballroom dancers.
While we're here in Sheffield, I thought I'd meet up with a couple of old friends. They've got absolutely nothing to do with the snooker world. Well, we've got the lovely Lilia here all the way from Moscow. And Darren, you're a good old Sheffield boy, aren't you?
I certainly am, yeah. I was born here, raised here. We still have a house here and we get back as often as we can.
And what about the city limits here? I mean, this is a fabulous dance studio you've got here.
Our family, my parents have had a dance studio for over 30 years and we needed a bigger studio. And so we bought the studio. We've been building it for over 9 months. And it's been open now 2 months, so you know it's fantastic. It's a really great venue for dance, and we felt that not just Sheffield needed it, but the country needed it. And now we get thousands of kids through the door and adults wanting to learn to dance, all the way from disco, ballet, ballroom, Latin, every style of dance.
Cha, 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 and 2. Very good. 3, and cha, 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 and forward, basic, cha, 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 and back.
And going back to Moscow, I mean, Strictly Come Dancing is very, very popular here. Do they have something like that in Moscow?
They do, yes. Strictly Come Dancing is now in Russia. It's called Dancing with the Stars. And it is very popular. And I think it's popular in every country. But Russia is one of those countries where dance has always been popular and people always wanted to dance. It's kind of a different approach to England, I think. We have actually dance in every secondary school in Russia. And I think the last time I heard it was over 500 clubs officially in Moscow, and unofficially, I don't know, there's probably 1 million. So it is huge. It is huge in Russia. 4, 1, and 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. So the arms dance just as much as the feet do. Yeah. So let's just try that. Just up to you.
And how has it changed? I mean, Strictly Come Dancing, it must have changed everything, did it?
Well, it certainly changed a lot for us. I mean, we used to travel 8, 9 months of the year abroad. Now we probably go away for about 6 weeks because we can base ourselves here. And, you know, we still do a lot of dance shows as well. You know, dance audiences are always fantastic to do shows for. I mean, we did shows last night. We've got one this evening and one tomorrow. You know, we're doing shows constantly. So our year is just solid with that. And then we move on to, you know, to Strictly for the 4 months from September onwards.
And you're both former winners. You won it with my old buddy Darren. Darren Goff. Yeah. He's a lot of fun, isn't he?
He was brilliant, yeah, absolutely brilliant to work with. And he worked so hard and just a great guy, so really enjoyed dancing with him.
And almost pulled it off with Matt Dawson as
I know,
well.
he did good, didn't he? He did really, really brilliant.
I thought he did. And of course you won it with, was it Jill Halfpenny?
Jill Halfpenny, yeah. I mean, that seems a long time ago now, doesn't it? But we enjoy doing the show. For us, it's a challenge each year. Whoever we get, the main thing is that they enjoy it.
Well, there's only ever been one snooker player on Strictly Come Dancing.
Rising up, back on the street, take my time, take my chances.
I've never been so fit in all my life. I should start it again. But
you
what
did
about
fantastic.
Lilia? What about Steve Davis? What do you think you could do with Steve Davis?
Do you know, I could do anything with anyone. That's my way of thinking.
Wow. To see him loosen up a bit, I think.
Absolutely.
But he might be a bit petrified of Lilia, don't you think?
No, I'm not scary. Dennis, you know me.
I'll tell you what, this brings back a lot of memories.
Dennis Taylor showed it could be done. That was strictly a challenge, wasn't it? How about you taking up ballroom dancing?
Yeah, I can't really wear the high heels though. They cut into my corns. Take too long.
Not sure?
No, it's in the middle of the snooker season.
Yeah.
You know, I just can't do it. I mean,
If it wasn't for the snooker season, would you be tempted, JP?
Me? Phew, I've got 2 left feet and they're tied together. No chance of me going on there.
How about strictly Morris dancing?
Oh, thanks, leave me alone.
More trick shots now. They come from the world champion, no less, Vincent Fake.
This is the shot I come up with last week. The white ball have to cannon the red there. All the red push the black into the red. And then the white ball follow the cushion and make the black. Let's give it a go.
Vincent. Now, the demand was high, the queue was long, and that is Q with the letter Q. To play a frame with Davis, tuition and assistance from John Parrott too. Hazel will explain all.
Today's victim on frame with, well, I had to be a lady in red, didn't I? And this is the gentleman who sang not only Lady in Red, but Table of Reds as well in Comic Relief. Christopher, welcome.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here.
Well, you've done Comic Relief, now meet the comedians.
Very good.
Okay, sorry, guys.
Actually, I have great respect for golfers, because I thought that was the hardest game ever invented by sadists, but now I'm beginning to understand that this game is the toughest game ever invented, so my respect has even gone higher.
You a big fan of the sport?
Yeah, I love it. Very, very interesting game.
Play much?
Not a lot. I have a pool table at home, and my son beats me every time, so I've come for some instruction, please.
See, I mean, we think this game's quite easy.
Yeah,
but, I mean, we would have struggled.
Yeah, you
struggled playing these musical instruments. That's another story.
Try singing. I'll give you some singing lessons.
Okay. Well, actually, what year was Lady in Red in the charts?
You were about 3 or 4 years old. It was
No, I don't
1986.
86, and
Yeah.
it was in the charts. What, in the summer of 86?
Summer 86, yeah.
Okay, obviously it was written before then.
Yeah, earlier on, yeah.
Okay, because obviously you probably would have been influenced because I happened to be in the charts slightly before you with Snooker Loopy. I don't know if you remember Snooker Loopy.
Snooker, I bought 5 copies of that.
See, but that was probably around the time you were writing Lady in Red.
I could have been influenced, yes.
Because we brought ours out May for the World Championship, and that would have been the time...
It could have been... He's getting carried away here.
The only reason Chris bought 5 copies of Snooker Loopy was he had a table with one leg shorter than the other, and he just needed to slide it underneath.
Come on, Chris, let's see what you can do.
Yes. Bash it, but we're going to see what you're capable of. We don't know what standard you're at. We're not expecting anything, but just we'll play away and see what happens.
Which ball do I start with?
Start with that red and make a break or whatever you feel like.
Missed.
No problem. It's lined up quite nicely. Have another go.
Thank you.
Just get the feel of the table of reds.
Table of red.
Don't.
That was positional play.
That was quite nice.
To set myself up.
Let me have a go. Let me have a go.
You have a go.
This is where I've got to take you to task because as a lifelong Evertonian, you happen to be the other side of the park, don't you?
Sorry about that. Yeah, the blue. I was looking at the blue.
So were you at the European Cup final when they were 3-0 behind?
Absolutely. That was amazing, actually, because the players were saying that they could hear us singing They were in the dressing room at half-time. They could hear the AC Milan guys celebrating, which is not a good thing to do at half-time. And they could hear us singing You Never Walk Alone. And it was one of those, come on, boys, let's go and do it for the fans, you know. And there was grown men weeping at the half-time and then at the very end again.
I know, well, I mean, I was 41 at the time, and I don't think I'll be another 41 years before I see a game of football like that.
Yeah, well...
Anyway,
cut that red in.
Cut that red in.
Cut that red in.
Yes, Mr. Davis. Cut that red in. It's easy for you to say. Do you speak Russian as well?
Trick shots as well. Oh, a small tip.
Okay.
Okay. I don't think this applies to musical instruments. I'm not too sure. If you've got to keep the rest of your body still while you're playing, if you're moving your head around, it'd probably work.
Okay.
Every time you play a shot on the snooker table, before, during and after the shot, keep your head still.
Okay.
If you move your head, moves the rest of your body, other parts can move. So the idea is to keep everything as still as possible, and the only thing you move is your arm. So when you've been playing a couple of shots we've seen, your head's on the move, so you're going...
Okay.
So the idea is before, during and after, even if it misses, keep your head still. So you keep your head still before, pull the cue back, keep it still, play the shot, and keep it still afterwards. So have a little try
Don't clap him, you'll only encourage him.
Keep the head still.
Okay, so before, during and after. Keep the head
Before,
still.
during,
Even
and
if you miss, keep it still on the shot.
Okay.
So you're
and
the
what
only
about
bit
this thing I've seen you fellas doing, you know, the cleft in the chin business?
Yes. There's this Warner groove.
Yeah, that's the worn groove. Okay, keep the head still. Before,
Afterwards as well. Before, during and after.
during,
Even if you miss, just keep it
after,
still.
Even if I miss.
Perfect. Okay, now you can get up. Now you can walk round to play the next shot.
Yes. How many times do you reckon you've sung Lady in Red?
Well, I've been in a lot of bathrooms, so I've done it in there. I don't know, thousands, I guess.
Yeah.
But I, you know, it's just...
Do you still love the song?
Yeah, I do. And, oh, he missed. No, he didn't.
Listen, you don't know Steve Davis, he doesn't miss.
Yeah, and I know some people think it's a naff sort of
Hardly.
corny love song. Well, you never know. But it's one of those things, it's part of people's, the soundtrack to their lives. As actually, when I did the comic relief thing, I ran into two very well-known comedians who I admire, and they were just young lads, and both of them came up to me and said, "You've been part of our lives. Your album Spanish Train and Other Stories, or Spacemen Come Traveling, or Patricia the Stripper." And I suddenly realised these guys were growing up with this music, and I felt kind of proud of myself. It's part of other people's lives. That's what music does.
And of course, your career has taken a whole new turn after comic relief.
Thank God, yes. In fact, I was in the doldrums. I didn't know what to turn next. And suddenly I realised that if I sing during a snooker tournament, in fact, if you invite me over to the Crucible next time, I'll sing every time there's a short break. I'll be there. You remember what Cliff Richard did? Yeah, that's me. Wimbledon all over.
It never rains in Sheffield.
Not indoors, anyway.
It's wrong. This big thing is on. But where's the cue ball gone? And I hardly know to play with stars side. Yeah.
Go on, Chris.
Never forget my table of rest.
Your ambassadorial work. What's
Yes.
this all about?
I've just been appointed ambassador to the United Nations, which I'm thrilled about. And it's really to raise funds and interest in areas of sub-Saharan Africa where there's a lot of children are dying of hunger. And it's really, there's a naturally growing, organically produced thing called spirulina, which, if it's freeze-dried, then it can be taken by Médecins Sans Frontières, Oxfam, to places of great need. And so I'm part of that, raising interest, raising funds, and delighted.
That's wonderful work, it really is. It's terrific. Well, Chris, thank you very much for joining our happy band today.
Absolute pleasure.
Nice to see you, mate.
And dare I say that...
Steve, keep the head still. That's my advice when you're singing.
Dare I say that you'll never forget our table
of red.
Well, you're all right, but you lost.
Isn't she gorgeous? Hang on to that second.
Okay.
Table of red is dancing with me.
At least I'm not having to wear a sponge table costume this time.
Okay, Steve, you ready? Am I leading or are you?
Very well done.
Chris. Well done.
It was a party. That is the last frame with Davis and John, but I think everyone that took part really enjoyed getting a cue and having a go at a few balls around, and that was done in Television Centre in London in the run-up to the championship. Just before we get back to the semi-final between Shaun Murphy and Mark Selby, players will be on their way out very shortly.
Into the final frontier, a double bill of Star Trek in 50 minutes here on BBC Two. But first, looking back over a day of semi-finals, Hazel Irvine has the highlights from the World Snooker Championship.
I mean, there's obviously not that many names either. It's not just everybody's entered, it's people that have qualified for the final stages. And obviously, it was probably a little bit of a grey area years ago. But now, what is certain is that if you get to the final stages here at the Crucible, in the modern day game, well, only one of 32 players every year, that's a bit of an effort.
And I'm sure Mark Selby is very proud to be on the Roll of Honour, and he's really making a name for himself when he's through to the semi-finals, playing Shaun Murphy, the 2005 world champion, of course. First the 17 goes into the final. Back to Dennis and Clive in the commentary box.
Shaun Murphy won this title 2 years ago as a qualifier, a 150 to 1 outsider. Mark Selby had to qualify this year, but having guaranteed himself a top 16 ranking in the end of season list, he'll be here as of right again next year without having to go through the qualifying jungle.
What a fantastic pot into the middle pocket from that angle, at that pace. I think that's got to be the shot of the match so far. Difficult enough to just shoot the ball into the pocket from that angle.
An anxious look to see whether he can get through to what he hopes will be an easy straight red.
Yeah, he's having to bend it. You can see there the way he's cueing just to make the angle.
9.
Awkward cueing again, but he can get to the red into the opposite corner pocket. That's the angle he's looking for.
$60.
This will certainly bring other reds into play. He's got to be careful he doesn't finish on the side cushion here. And
17.
he was thinking about that, and he's underhit this one. Finish, cut this. Well played. But has he come far enough? He might not have.
24.
Can't get through to the red that he intended. That's the one he was looking for.
Good solid pot, keeps him going. He couldn't be quite sure what was happening positionally. But if green isn't a friendly angle to get on his next red, yellow certainly is.
$27. $28.
Needs to use the reds this time. He could have done with the white being just a little bit further up the table. The cannon onto the reds, he's got to be careful he doesn't slip over to the side cushion. So just watch how he plays this. Yes, he played it very well. The white stopped and then come back again. Had he not have judged that correctly, the white could have slipped
35.
off the reds there. May have to play for the blue here. Just finished a little bit awkward, but I think he's got a line to finish on the blue. If he just rolls it, I think it'll take him across there.
36.
He's okay. Now, if he plays for the one that's up the other end of the table, he's got to leave the white virtually near the green spot to leave it a nice, easy pot into the middle pocket. He's coming round to give himself a better choice. And how's the pace on the cue ball? Pretty good.
41.
Although the scores are all square, Clive, I think Mark is looking much more confident. The fact that he's got back from 5-1 to 6-all, it certainly looks that way.
Well, it certainly does this afternoon, but it didn't look that way last evening when he started very slowly and could easily have found himself more than 5-3 behind at the close. But he's got his game and his concentration back this afternoon.
$47. $48.
His highest break is still a break of 63, but he's been very consistent around the 40s and 50s.
$55.
Both players have scored 576 points.
$56.
And in a very strong position here to lead for the first time in the match.
He really has turned his career around, hasn't he, Mark Selby? A couple of seasons ago, Clive, I think he only won
61.
a couple of matches.
$62.
Well, he had the longest backswing I've ever seen on short, slow shots as well as the power shots. And I think his decision to adopt a more compact action has been the secret of his improvement. He's still got that long backswing when he really
67.
needs it, but he's much more compact now, has much more control close in.
68.
The fact that he got as far as he did with his old action shows how much natural ability he's got.
$73. $74.
Why are players like him so good so young? It's because from the age of 15 or 16 they play full time.
79. $80.
In what I suppose we still refer to as the old days, most professionals had what the public would call a proper job before they turned professional. Nice developing shot.
87.
You had a proper job, didn't you, Dennis?
Had 4 or 5 of them, Clive, when I first moved to England. In fact, I worked
88.
12-hour shifts in a paper mill 7 days a week to earn a few quid and practiced in between.
$94. $95.
Mark Selby's 7th century of this championship.
101.
Yeah, I must agree with John Parrott. He mentioned earlier that this is the most improved player in our game, and he is playing some remarkable snooker here,
106.
and every credit to him.
$110. $115. $121.
All 15 reds have been taken in this break. So that is a total clearance of 128. It puts Mark Selby ahead for the first time at 7-6.
Join me, Gabby Logan, for a new sports show dedicated to getting you to the heart of the story. It'll be as controversial as a last-minute penalty, have as much clout as a Ricky Hatton right hook. It'll be as big as the Olympic budget.
London have won it!
And feature as many star names as a Chelsea team sheet. Inside Sport. Monday night at 11:05 on BBC One.
Mark Selby has won 6 of the last 7 frames. It is time for Shaun Murphy to respond.
Thank you. Frame 14, Shaun Murphy to break.
I was interested in the Krista Berg interview in the interval because Shaun Murphy has also done his bit for charity overseas. Excellent long red
1.
from Selby, but just to finish my point, he went to Zimbabwe last year and raised money for a children's foundation.
Mark Selby 1.
Murphy actually said, if you've held a 4-year-old child in your arms who's got HIV and is going to die very soon, it certainly puts a snooker tournament in perspective. Judge couldn't risk it. Just off the one cushion. Into either side of the bunch.
Yeah, there's a little dot there just below the lights. I don't know, that's a little chalk mark. Somehow it's got itself onto the red.
Speculative attempt at red to middle at a very narrow angle. Would have been on the black had he got it. Was leaving nothing at close range if he missed it. Not worth attempting that red from distance. Made sure he got the safety past the middle pocket.
Yes, it's been quite noticeable this season that Shaun Murphy is not taking on the long risky pots the way he was doing. Okay, he lifted the world title here playing a very attacking game, but it doesn't always pay off. And he's been down to see Ray Reardon. He's worked on his tactical game. Ray's chatted to him, and he's the type of lad that's not afraid to ask a bit of advice. I've spoken to Shaun. He's rang me up and he'll always ask advice. He still feels as if he's learning. And he certainly has tightened up, and it proved with his win in the Malta Cup, Clive.
Yes, I think it gave him particular satisfaction to win the Malta Cup with what he described as a different brand of snooker to that with which he won the title here 2 years ago.
Well, without the kiss on the yellow, this pot would have been slightly easier. He's a bit near the jaws of the pocket now. It's Well, you'd think it's a comfortable pot, but he's got a lot to think about here with the cue ball. Say a full ball contact on the yellow might have left it slightly easier, but it's all about the cue ball here also.
Felt that he just couldn't risk rolling it in case he missed it. I thought it was pretty miraculous that he came through the gap between black and reds.
He could try that another 100 times and not get through that gap. He thought he was going to cannon the reds and possibly finish on pink or black. Oh, that's not a good sign.
Shaun Murphy won.
Not a good sign for Shaun. That was a pretty straightforward yellow. He took his eye off the pot, was thinking about the white. Can't afford to do that. Not when you've lost 6 out of 7 frames.
One.
The blue is the highest
7.
available spot for the pink.
Eight.
The reds look open here, but they're all covering each other somewhat. The one that's near the cushion's available. Just having a look to see if there's anything else that's on, but they all seem to be blocking each other. So it's that one to the right of the black that he played for. And if he can get an angle on the black, then when
14.
potting the black, a little cannon onto a red will develop 3 or 4 of the reds.
15.
It doesn't need very much. You just got to nudge a red out of the way here. That's all he needed.
$22. $23.
That seemed to get a little bit of a heavy contact. He may have to cannon into them now. So this is a key shot coming up. Well, he played it very well, and it could have finished a lot better than this.
30.
He went full-blooded. It was a little bit unfortunate. This is a tricky one, and a tricky position he's got himself into on the table as well. Because he's got to get a little bit of stun on this to cannon the red and somehow take the white towards the black. This looks very awkward. Be a good shot if he pulls it off. That was such a good positional shot there. But it's still very difficult for him because there's still no red available. Cannon sent the red safe. And the red at the back of the little bunch there. He's looking at the back one to see if he can get onto that. It looks very tight. It was almost impossible there from that angle to split the reds.
38.
Wants to sort out a safety in the vicinity of the yellow.
That would do. I think my second line's out, but he could get over there. A little bit of left-hand side on the white. He's striking left of centre.
Mark Selby, 38. Foul.
Well, I think he's quite pleased to see the white going in the pocket there, because if it didn't go in, he would have left an easy red to the right corner. The fact that the white has dropped, it's a much longer pot now that's needed.
Yes, if the cue ball hadn't dropped in the middle, it would have hit the jaw, bounced out into the middle of the table, and left Selby the red to right corner.
Yeah, that's where the white would have finished, somewhere near that circle, and the red to the right of the three would have been an easy pot. But he is such a good long potter. Don't be surprised if this one doesn't disappear into the pocket.
Well, couldn't have got any nearer with that pot in it. Possible for Murphy, but the tide is running against him, so that will make it appear a little more difficult.
Yeah, he must be getting just that little bit anxious, Shaun. He's usually so good at this type of shot. But he may be okay unless this red goes into the middle pocket. Well, maybe it does. Yes. And he can get on the black. No.
Well, you can't pot them all, but that was a great chance to clinch the frame, and with it an 8-6 lead.
One.
Well, it would be some clearance from here. Have a look at the reds. Two easy ones. The one right behind the black and the cushion's not too badly placed, but the other four are completely safe. That one near his cue may go into the middle pocket, but you'd have to be right in behind it.
7.
There are a lot to do here.
note how still Murphy remained on the shot, even after it was completed.
Now he's got an angle to pot the red and cannon the two reds into play, but that's quite risky.
14.
I don't know if he'd play that.
$15.
It's okay, especially if that red that he cannoned out passes the other red along the cushion. It's always an element of risk when you try to pot a red and move a red.
$22.
Once again, took the chance of moving a red while potting a red, and now he's faced with a tough shot. Got a lot of top spin, and the white went with the red he cannoned.
Yellow.
And it's the yellow that's near the corner pocket, but at this distance, they're not gimmies by any means. They still need very good cueing.
$25. $26.
Well, this is the sort of response that Murphy needed. He's got back into contention in this frame.
$33.
He's looking at that red. He's a few shots ahead of himself. He's thinking, if I can pot this red, black or pink, and I'll leave the white somewhere near that little circle, can I just drop that red in the middle pocket? So he's thinking 2 or 3 shots ahead there.
$34.
Now, has he got an angle to get close to that red? The closer to the red, the better.
$41.
Murphy came to the table with 3 reds tucked under side cushions. He's done very well to get as far as this. But the problem of the last red looms.
42.
Well, he was able to play it in at pace. And if he's got an angle on the pink, I don't think he's got the angle on the pink to screw back and develop that last red. No, he would have to come off a cushion to get over to the red. He might try that. He's got plenty of cue power. He's a bit close to it. But at least he's right back in the game, and a chance
48.
here to slip off this red and get up behind the black. A little thin one might get him up there. He doesn't want to bring the red into play, though. Not too much anyway. He's got to keep it safe. But that might be on.
Shaun Murphy, 48.
That was a good 48. There were some good pots, some good developing shots in that. As is concluding safety been good enough to manufacture an opening to clinch the frame?
Foul and a miss. Shaun Murphy, 5.
He was very close. There's enough room to get round the back of that red as well, but he made a pretty good effort there. The miss will be called correctly because there's a 1 cushion escape, which is slightly easier, but he doesn't really fancy taking that on. And you're never sure where you're going to knock them here. You've just got to hope for the best.
Foul and a miss. Shaun Murphy, 5.
Well, it's easy, at least for Michaela Tabb, to replace the pink and blue because they were on their spots.
I thought that there might have been enough room down the right side of the table. I know he's near the black, but maybe a little swerve would take him past the middle pocket, and it's much easier to hit the red. So, well, not from that angle. That's a bit too difficult. That's where they were. So, yeah, the shot around the black isn't on down the right side of the table. So, 3rd time lucky. Has he flipped the snooker back? An anxious look from Mark. And an anxious look from Shaun. Can he get through to pot it? I don't think so.
The 2 cushion shot was always going to leave the cue ball on the black cushion. He wasn't quite so sure where the red would finish, but it's finished awkwardly for Selby.
Well, he needed a thin contact. He maybe didn't think he was going to quite catch it that thin, but he hardly moved it. It's a good white. A little bit on the thick side with the red, but it's a very good white.
Very tough pot. Length of the table, tight on the rail.
Yeah, it's not a straightforward safety shot. He could hit the red thin, but the white would be going over towards the yellow and heading towards the middle pocket. So he's just deciding whether it's worth taking the risk of having a go at the pot. And he did. Now where's this going to finish up? Doesn't want a double kiss. He still left it though.
Just needs black and yellow.
Well, he's got a choice of playing. If he comes off one cushion, he wants to run up along that line. If he wants to play it beside, He can play 2 cushions. Has he gone far enough? It's not bad. The brown's slightly in the way, so he needs to get over to leave the green into the same pocket, you would feel.
Yellow was flying ball though.
Shaun Murphy, 10.
So barring a snooker, Murphy has levelled at 7-all. Good effort from 42 behind in this frame.
Foul. Shaun Murphy, 7.
So now Selby needs 2 4-point snookers to tie.
Yeah, there was just one shot, wasn't there, when he led Mark Selby. He had a chance to possibly go on. This was the red. If he knocks this in, he wins the frame. But Shaun has battled back really well in this frame. That'll get him back all square.
It's odd, isn't it, Dennis, that the more you think about the significance of a shot rather than the shot itself, the less likely you are to pot it. Maybe it caused Selby to miss that very important red.
Yeah, because suddenly he's thinking, I can go 2 frames up here. And he was very close to doing that. I still think when he was 5-1 down, he would take 7-all.
Not a difficult swerve, that, for a player of Murphy's ability. Murphy will leave plenty of distance between cue ball and green to make it more difficult for Selby to lay a snooker.
The last thing Shaun wanted to do was move the black, but he did move the black and fluke the snooker. I think maybe it's time for Mark to concede this frame and get on with the next one.
Foul. Shaun Murphy, 4.
So that puts Selby to 3 snookers needed. another snooker, he first has to negotiate himself.
Foul. Shaun Murphy 7.
5 snookers needed.
You giving it?
I think he was kidding on to start with, but he hadn't conceded, but he had. So it's 7-all.
For a moment, I thought he was going to continue then. I wasn't sure what was happening.
No, he's just having a little look across to say, you know, is that all right? He didn't really have a proper nod there, sort of thing, to finish the frame, but he's done well there, Shaun Murphy. He was a few behind in that and looked like he was going to go 2 frames behind, so well done him.
The manner in which this game is being played, they're great friends off the table. It's very sportsmanlike, and they're sort of having a laugh and a joke on occasion. But I sense that as the frames go on, the intensity is going to increase, so the smiling and the joking is going to stop, and very soon.
Yes, I think, you know, it's getting to that stage in the match where it was mentioned there that, you know, perhaps Mark had a chance to go 2 frames up with that red into the middle pocket. It's getting to the stage where the occasion's going to mean more than anything else. Perhaps the early phases of this long match, perhaps you can't see the finishing line, but as you get closer to it, the finishing line will come into play. And I think that it's become pretty hard match play snooker now, and chances are going to be not few and far between, but chances are going to be taken. Very good by Shaun there to get enough points to get back into that frame. The balls weren't easy, and he could have cleared up, but I think it was just an excellent thing to get back into the frame.
Is it easy to enjoy the occasion, even if it gets harrowing at times?
Do you know something? I don't think it's about, you know, I don't think it's about, you don't go out there saying, I'm going to enjoy this. You just get caught up in the moment of playing each frame as it is and playing each shot. I mean, if you'd enjoy it, great, that's fine, you know, that's what you're there for as well, but it's not something, it's not your main priority when you're going out.
Now, when
there.
I say enjoy, I mean sort of, the buzz of the occasion, to rise to the stature of this is a semi-final, and to want to feel just pleased there, to enjoy being there and show that you can play snooker.
Yeah, you've got to want to be there. That's of course, you know, that's what you've got to do. But when you're there, it's your concentration levels take over and everything you're focused on. And as Steve said there, which is that in the last frame there, to get back in that frame, Shaun Murphy played superbly well.
And to overcome the challenges, Steve, when you're faced with the problem, the stature of the player to overcome the challenge.
Yes, well, I think that does help if you are, to some degree, liking where you are. And I can remember times out there in the middle in matches actually thinking, God, I don't want to be anywhere else. This is where I want to be. There's also times when you wanted the ground to swallow you up because you hated everything that was happening. So if you're in a good frame of mind during the match and saying, oh, what a fantastic buzz I'm getting out of this as well, even though you won't be thinking that, you're getting those feelings, that'll make you play better.
Well, there's a couple more frames for one or other the player to try and get an advantage in this semi-final. Back to the commentary.
It could be 9-7 overnight.
Yeah, he is. I don't know what he was saying to Shaun there, but it's tough on a player. Shaun had the fluke, and what an advantage he's gained.
Foul in the mix. Shaun Murphy 4. Tell me that.
And a free ball.
You see, it's one of those situations. I know Michaela's doing the right thing. She's calling the miss. But what the rule is now telling you, if you don't hit the red, I'm going to keep calling a miss. And it's not the easiest of snookers to hit. OK, maybe there's a one cushion escape, which is slightly easier. Michaela's doing the right thing here.
After giving 16 points away, Selby has still left Murphy a chance to take the frame.
We keep talking about pressure on both players. This is a key shot. It looks easy, but he's near the cushion. But if it goes in, this is why he's getting up again, steadying himself. He could win the frame or he could lose it with this shot. He's missed it. Has he covered it? If he's covered this red with the black and the other red is too thin to cut in the middle, Shaun has had a result again. That was a very fine shot. It was very awkward, that.
This had to be very thin. And with so much speed on the cue ball, there was always the possibility that it could drop in the pocket, but as it happened, he finished perfectly on the blue.
Yes, it couldn't have finished better, Clive, because he only needs the red. So. But I think he deserved a bit of good fortune there. It was a terrific cutback.
So relieved applause from the Selby supporters, who could see this frame slipping away.
Yes, after losing the previous one, Clive, this would have been a body blow, but now he knows he can't be behind going into the third session.
14.
Yes, the third session tomorrow morning, the final session tomorrow evening.
$17. $21.
Selby went into the lead with a 51 break in this frame.
26.
A Murphy counter-attack developed.
32.
But it is Selby who goes one frame in front. Now Selby leads Shaun Murphy by 8 frames to 7.
Well, we're going to have to go in a few minutes' time as Mark Selby goes out to compose himself before the final frame of the session. Just to say, when we go in a few minutes' time, just digital viewers, press the red button and you can see the rest of the session. Steve, John, observations now.
Well, a great way to win the frame from Mark Selby after being under a bit of pressure there with that snooker. An interesting observation on the rules as they currently stand. Not that the rules are going to change, but an observation now that we have the miss rule in place. Take the situation we had with Shaun Murphy. He had a chance of a brown in the middle pocket after fluking that red. But what he chose to do was to play the snooker behind the green. He wasn't perfect on the brown, but it was a chance on the brown. He played the snooker because the miss rule as it states is at the moment, the guy's got to hit the red. There's no, even if the miss rule doesn't say that in essence, basically in essence the guy's got to hit the red. So what Shaun Murphy's hoping is that he gets a leave from the shot, or he accrues a lot of points by playing that little roll up. And it just occurred to me, with the free ball rule, you're not allowed to roll up behind the nominated colour. So in a way, why should you be able to play a little easy roll up behind the nominated colour that can accrue a lot of points? Perhaps you shouldn't be able to play the nominated colour as a snookering ball.
Are you saying that the potential punishment doesn't fit the crime?
The reward doesn't fit the ease of the shot, as well as possibly the crime that you now have to pay for trying to get out of these snookers.
Yeah. Punishment for his opponent if he keeps missing time after time. John, do you go along with that, or are you just happy with it as it is?
It's a reasonably valid point. I don't agree with it, but it's a reasonable point. It's one of Steve's just sitting there trying to change the rules again. But what happens if someone knocks an absolute screaming red in down the cushion, 100 mile an hour, and ends up behind the ball like that? I mean, he wasn't perfect on the brown anyway, so why should he have to take the brown or do it? Why not? You know, you've earned it from having a great shot. He fluked the red in that case. But if you've potted a great red like that, you're in the table to drive and see. Why can't you roll up behind one?
But obviously what happens is, because you know full well that the rules are now in your favour once you snooker somebody, Shaun Murphy was encouraged to play the negative shot rather than try the pot. He was encouraged to play the negative shot for a big reward. So the misrule sort of changes the equation somewhat. But I agree with John as well. Yeah, if you deserve what you get as well. So
on balance over the session overall, how do you see the match now?
Well, like it is 8-7. There's not a lot between the two players anyway, and it's become tactical. It was very similar to the Maguire-Higgins session, which stopped being heavy scoring and become very tactical, 40-minute frames, and that's what it's become with these. And it's very hard fought at the moment.
Steve, no way of picking a winner at this stage, is there?
There isn't.
There's absolutely no chance at all.
No, not at all. No, there isn't. But the longer it goes on that Mark Selby keeps his nose in front or stays in the game like this, the more you start to believe that Mark Selby can win and can win the event as well. Not just win the semi-final, win the event. He's getting full credit from everybody around the venue, and everybody's realising how much of a danger he is.
Do you see him growing in stature as the frames go on as well?
Yeah, I think he's just picked up. He's a little bit fresher today, right? I think, and the other has a good night's sleep tonight as well. Comes back for tomorrow. You know, he had a hard quarter-final there with Ali Carter 13-12.
Now, just before we go, we have a top snooker prize available. You can enter this competition by phone or text. Let's go back to the 2003 World Championship. In his first round match against Nigel Bond, Alan McManus was faced with this brown. He did pot it, but not in the expected way. All we want you to do is tell us in which pocket did the brown end up. Was it pocket A, bottom right, pocket B, middle left, or pocket C, middle right? So do you reckon it was pocket A, pocket B, or pocket C? If you think you know or just fancy a guess, give us a ring on 09011 147 147. Calls cost 25 pence from BT. Mobiles and other networks may vary, or you can text us the answer. Just text the word snooker plus the answer A, B or C to 82222. Text the charge at 25 pence plus standard network rate. Lines close at midnight on Sunday. The winner will receive a set of signed snooker balls, including the signatures of 10 world champions, plus £500. Good luck. So press the red button for the Shaun Murphy-Mark Selby match. Every chance that might go 8-8. It's 8-8 and the other one too, John Higgins against Stephen Maguire. That's also developing into a classic semi-final.
That's a gruel at the minute. It's become very, very difficult. Both players obviously are playing some great tactical stuff. As I say, we had a 40-minute frame in there one day, one of the games today, and to be honest with you, very difficult to pick a winner. Both players really putting a lot of effort in.
John Higgins has been the distance before in the World Championship final. What's your assessment of how Stephen Maguire has been playing?
I think he's been a revelation. All of a sudden, we knew what he was capable of, but now he's back to his brilliant best. And I think, it doesn't matter what they've made in the bookmakers of who's the favourite. I think it's all out the window, really. We could be in for two marvellous sort of grandstand finishes in these semi-finals.
Steve, John, thanks very much. That's it, but not for long. In an hour's time, coverage continues here at the Crucible. The John Higgins-Stephen Maguire semi-final resumes at 8-all. Both players hoping to take a big step towards clinching a place in the final. Hazel Irvine will be here at 7 o'clock, but it's bye for now from the Crucible Theatre.
One is hardly ancient himself. But John is finding it tough holding on to ambitious fellow Scot, 26-year-old Glaswegian Stephen Maguire, who's now only 3 frames away from a place in the final. And it's all square in the other semi, 8-all between 24-year-old former champion Shaun Murphy and the baby of the bunch at 23, Mark Selby, the qualifier who's been the rising star of the championship.
Well, day 15, it's been a great tournament so far, and the Crucible curse struck again.
Yeah, defending champion Graham Doty went out early to Ian McCulloch, and there's a little section in the draw that looked really vicious, didn't it? You had Robertson, you had Dings Junwei, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Possible finals that obviously never materialised, so we didn't really know who was going to be in the final stages.
The actual standard of break building, there's been lots of 140 pluses, and the amount of maximum tries.
Yeah, you'd have thought you might have got one of them converted as well. But the amazing thing I think now is that 3 or 4 years ago, we had the likes of Higgins, Williams, Hendry and O'Sullivan, the big four, but now it's opened up. The new brigade have come through.
And it's actually about age as well. I don't like to mention it, but you've got a 23-year-old, a 25-year-old, 26-year-old. John Higgins is the old guard at 31.
I know, what's that say for us?
There's a new cream out, isn't there, or something?
Yeah, they've got it back in the shops.
Right, I'll get the hoodies and I'll see you in 5 outside.
Just make sure you don't get your face shaved.
OK.
Don't worry, guys, you look more distinguished as you're getting older. Anyway, it was 2 years ago that Shaun Murphy surprised everyone with a fairy tale run to the final here at the Crucible. And he went on to become the second youngest and the lowest ranked player ever to win the title. But should we really have been surprised? After all, Shaun has been the coming man of snooker since he was about 9.
From an early age, Shaun Murphy has had much to live up to, and throughout his career, he has not failed to match those expectations. Murphy began playing competitively at the age of 8. He was soon recognised as a prodigious talent and made his first century at the age of 10. He was one of the first 6 World Snooker Young Players of Distinction and won the YPD of the Year award in 2001. However, few could have predicted the events of 2005, when as the world number 48, he became the lowest ranked player to win the world title, the second youngest winner after Hendry and only the second ever qualifier after Terry Griffiths. Living up to that, though, was a tough challenge indeed, but Murphy did reach one ranking final the following year at the Welsh Open, which he lost to Stephen Lee. But this year, he has managed to add a second ranking title to his collection, beating Ryan Day, a fellow young player of distinction graduate, in the final of the Malta Cup. Shaun Murphy may have taken a few people by surprise 2 years ago. Further success should no longer surprise anyone.
Shaun's opponent is the adventurous world number 28, Mark Selby from Leicester. He's knocked in more century breaks than anyone this year, 7 so far, and he's been nicknamed the Hoover by John and Steve because he just hoovers up every chance he seems to get at the table. Well, in this semi-final, Selby has fought back from 1-5 behind to draw level at 8-all, and they return for the third session of a possible 4 of their semi-final this morning. First to 17 guarantees a place in tomorrow's final. This is frame 17 that we're going into now. It's Selby to play. It's very tight. He's ahead 56-54. John Virgo and Clive Everton in the commentary box.
Length, good line.
Yes, and a bit of a problem here for Shaun. It's a very difficult shot to try and get the cue ball back to the balk end. You feel if you played a thin cross double on the red, you'd need to put a little bit of left-hand side, and that's where this length, this good length of leaving the cue ball near the balk cushion. To put side on, it's very difficult when the ball's near a cushion. So he's looking at the possibility of playing a containing safety shot at this end, but with that red below the pink that he can't move. That's a dangerous shot. Got it all to do here.
Well, good idea, but not far enough. He was trying to get the cue ball over behind the blue so that Selby couldn't attempt red to middle. Elected to take the certain snooker rather than attempt the tricky pot. It was under half ball.
Fail and a miss. Mark Selby 4.
And worse still, the lack of pace leaves Selby a chance to the right middle.
Nice kiss on the blue to leave him on the black. Yeah, that red was left. I mean, Shaun was well short of pace in the escape from the snooker. I was questioning whether Mark should have played the snooker, but you can't question it now. It's given him a chance here. Now, I'm not certain on the potting angle on the black, but if he can avoid a kiss on the brown and the yellow. That's what he could play. I don't know whether he's got that angle. Well, in the end, he's not played to get on the red. He's just played to leave himself in a position where he can attempt the snooker. Well,
8.
okay, but surely he could have tried to get on the red, and if he hadn't have done, he'd have just been this side of the red and still played the same shot. Coming up to 46 minutes in the football match, so we're getting the lemons ready.
Mark Selby 8.
Selby 14 in front, and hoping to extract some points from this snooker on the last red.
Yeah, I think you made a valid point before, Clive. You know, there's so much effort. I mean, it's a frame that I don't think either player will remember. It won't go down in the top 10 of frames they've ever played, but the most important thing is to get the frame against your name on the scoreboard. And at the moment, you've got to think that Mark Selby's favourite. Tough shot this for Shaun, to hit this and get it safe. Oh, well, that's a result.
Mark Selby
Because if
4.
the cue ball stays at this end, he leaves the red on. Although, having said that, any chance of a free ball, do you think?
Free ball.
Free ball, oh well, he didn't get away with it. So now nominates a colour as a free ball. Little unlucky to going off. And even more unlucky to leave a free ball. And that look, I think he knew that's exactly what he'd done. So Mark Selby comes to the table. 18 points in front. So whichever colour he nominates, that counts as a red and colour to follow. So he's played for the black. I think the last red is occupying the black spot. So this black, another red and a colour, Shaun Murphy would need a snooker.
Yes, and just to backtrack slightly, the free ball was awarded because
8.
the non-offender couldn't hit both edges of the red from anywhere in the D.
9.
18.
Enough to leave Murphy needing 2 snookers, 2 4-point snookers.
Mark Selby, 14.
So, unless penalty points are forthcoming, that's 9-8 to Selby.
It was indeed so Selby ahead. That was a 52.5-minute frame, the longest in this semi-final by quite some distance. Into the next, it's getting very tense again. Not much between the two men. Murphy to play.
Well, if the back red is possible, that's not a great safety either.
Good shot though from Mark. Needs to inject a lot of pace, a lot of backspin on the cue ball. He knew it was going into reds and it stopped, and then the backspin took over. Played it well, nicely on the black. And of course, in this tournament, he's been scoring as well as anybody when he gets in amongst the reds.
Nine. $60.
Selby has made 7 centuries in this tournament, including 3 in 3 frames against Peter Ebden.
$17.
Selby has beaten 3 top 16 players, Stephen Lee, Ebden and Alistair Carter.
$24. $25.
Oh, well, intended to leave blue to middle, but if it's straight to corner, that's not so bad. After a run of predominantly tactical frames, Selby would certainly like to get his break-making game into operation again. The last 3 frames last evening were of 30, 28 and 25 minutes duration. The opener this morning was 52. Little touch shot. If anything, was screwed back slightly too far. Didn't want to leave quite so much of a cut on this red.
$51.
Very nice.
38. $39.
Well, he had a chance there to screw back off the side cushion and stay on the black. He decided to go up for the blue. He'll be regretting it now because he stunned much too far down the table. Okay, pot the yellow, but get good position not guaranteed here.
$41. $42.
He finished with a nice angle on that red, so back in perfect shape to win the frame at this visit. There's a couple of reds to the right of the pink that are available into the opposite corner as the black. That's what he decided to play. And now, as long as he's straight on the bottom one, he can just run through.
49.
He could run through or even stun across for the black. The balls couldn't be better situated.
$50. $57.
So red, black, red.
58.
I mean, from either player's point of view, you couldn't really count the first frame of the morning. It was not a frame where either player could get any fluency. But the way he's taking these, this will do Mark's confidence no end of good. Pot this
65.
red, 67 in front with only 59 remaining.
56. $73.
Shaun Murphy knows that he's going to be 2 frames behind.
74.
The first time in this match.
$81. $88. 89. $96.
Has inadvertently covered the black spot with the cue ball.
$97.
Which is why the black is now on the brown spot. That's the 57th century of the tournament.
102. 104.
It's Selby's 8th.
$107. 111.
Contrasting frames this morning. One of 52 minutes. Predominantly tactical. One decided with a single break. The latter, a break at 111 by Mark Selby, puts him 2 frames clear. He leads by 10 frames to 8.
Yes, he's in vacuum mode again out there, isn't he? And for the first time, there's daylight between the qualifier and the former world champion. No panic yet from Shaun Murphy, but this next frame is a very important one for both men.
1. Three. Four.
Angle on the blue, no problem, except for slightly tricky access to his next red.
That would be the red you'd ideally like to get on, because that red would clear the black spot area completely. Well, he was a bit too straight on the blue for that.
9.
Anyway, there's another couple of reds that are available into this right corner pocket. Because he couldn't
10.
retain position on the black, and that cue ball needs to slow up a little bit. It's okay. Just one good positional shot. The problem with playing for a baulk colour, the cue ball's going to travel that little bit further. So it's all about getting the pace right, whereas when you're in, of course, around the pink and black spot area, just little stuns and screws, and the cue ball only moving a foot, 2 foot at a time. In the end, deciding to play a cannon, and it's worked out pretty well. We'll settle for that.
13. Fourteen. 21.
Well, that's a little bit careless. If he'd left himself straighter on this red, he could have played this red and played for the black in the same pocket. Had to go up for the
22.
blue. That's okay if he's got a good angle on the blue. If he's too straight, then he'll be struggling to get on the next red. But a little bit careless not to be on that red that he's just played straighter. Hawkeye says not a bad angle. So he's okay.
$27. 28. 35.
$36. $43. $44.
Well, this shot could decide the outcome of the frame. A successful split, which that is not, would have given Murphy a great chance to go on to
51.
clinch the frame.
Yeah, it looked to be perfect potting angle on the black to get the cannon, just never got into the cue ball enough. So a 51 lead, but I think that's about all we can hope for now. I think it'll be a safety shot. We're just coming to have a look round to see if this red that's just loose from the 4 below the pink. Brave man to even attempt to cut that into the right corner. As you see when we put the points in front, points remaining there, 51, 83 remaining, so he still needs at least 2 more reds with high value colours, if not with high value colours, 3 of the remaining reds, so I think now it's all about playing a safety shot to protect your lead.
Shaun Murphy, 51.
A successful split of the bunch, and Murphy would have gone on to win the frame, I'm pretty sure. But now, even though Selby trails by 51, there's always the possibility of a successful recovery by him. Very good long pot. Still not a straightforward clinch though, as far as the capture of the frame is concerned.
Where's the brown going? Where's the brown going? Well, I suppose we could say he did play it in that pocket, but not quite that way.
5.
With luck like that, Shaun, you don't need them.
Well, although it wasn't the friendliest of angles for position from the brown, Murphy was trying to get on the red just to the right of the black, but he's only on it thin. Bound to cannon the other reds. Unlikely to have good position.
Shaun Murphy, 5.
Knew it was important to cover that red on the pink spot, but hasn't done so.
It's quite amazing sometimes how short he's been with his safety. Just not getting through the ball with his safety shots. To leave this red, I mean, that's very poor. Well, he wasn't punished for it, but can't keep leaving those type of shots for a player of Mark Selby's ability. Won't keep getting away with them.
Well, unless Selby can get through to the red nearest the baulk pocket, that's come out safe.
Yes, I think he can. I think the important thing is he just got a slight angle because he don't want to be too straight. He could run through and off. But he can clearly get past the pink and blue.
Foul.
Wasn't straight.
Shaun Murphy,
Shouldn't have
4.
gone in off.
Yes, hit across it. Hit the wrong side of the red. And even worse than the in-off was the comparatively easy long red. It left for Murphy. So pink and one more red. And Murphy will have the frame in the bag.
Seven.
So applause for the frame ball, but he won't be too pleased at the moment. He just didn't seem to have got going this morning, Shaun. He's needed a few chances to win this frame. Safety play is a little bit out of sync.
14. $15. $20. 21. $28. 29.
A break of 51 set up a useful lead for Shaun Murphy. He's not been at his best this morning.
13.
Again.
Well, much too thin on his safety, but this gives Shaun an opportunity now. Play safe off this red just to the left of the green. Bring the green into play. But get a good cue ball. That's not bad. Of course, he may need that black that's drifted to the top cushion at some time to win this frame if he gets the opportunity. But that's probably a little bit far ahead of what Shaun's looking at the moment. He's just looking to try and get a chance on one of these last two reds. And he may get one here.
Yes, that was a tough safety that Selby was faced with. Length of the table and red tight to the baulk cushion. Won't want this to be straight. He was hoping for a friendly angle to run the cue ball through from the pink and finish on the remaining red.
Well, he's having a good look at it. There's no other colour he can play. It looks straight, doesn't it? The problem is if you try to pinch a little bit of the pocket, that's when things can go wrong. It looks very, very straight. And in the end, although he got a heavy contact, couldn't do anything but roll the pink in. But there were 6 valuable points. Look at this. Yeah, heavy contact. Man, as I say, because he was only rolling in it, but he was trying to play a forcing shot to run through for the red and got that similar contact, he may have missed the pink and we'd have been blaming him for playing the wrong shot. We may not have noticed the kick. But he needs to get a good safety shot on this red because Mark Selby still just needs a red and a colour to clinch the frame.
And of course Murphy had to make sure of the pink there because had he not done so, he could only have tied with red, black and all the colours.
Well, that's a very
Shaun
dangerous
Murphy's
way to play it. I couldn't have played it that way at any time. There was even a chance there of maybe getting a snooker behind the green. I don't understand that shot at all. And the most important thing with any safety shot, make certain you get the object ball safe. Particularly when he only needs a red and a colour, your opponent. Well, he's letting him off the hook here, is Mark Selby. That's a few times that he's not punished Shaun for a poor choice of shot. And there was another occasion. So Shaun Murphy comes to the table, 29 points behind. That red, any colour will do.
1.
That's not really helped his situation, knocking the blue towards the top cushion, because the brown doesn't look in a advantageous position near the right middle. Always looks as though it's an easy pot, but if you were to play it with pace, which you'd have to do now to get on the blue, you wouldn't fancy it, so quite a bit of work to do here for Shaun Murphy. I don't know whether he tried to nudge the blue there and bring it away from the cushion, but
4.
that could have gone wrong.
Still, at least Murphy has a chance to pull this frame out of the fire. He wouldn't have done if Selby had potted the last red, because that was frame ball.
Six.
Well, it looks a pretty safe bet that Murphy won't be clearing up in one, because I don't think he could do much more than drop the brown in.
Well, he played an excellent shot, but as you say, he can't play this with any pace whatsoever. He's just going to have to drop it in dead weight and then play a safety on the blue. 20 points behind. Oh, would you believe it?
Shaun Murphy 9.
As I say, they always look easy, them. Mark Selby just needs this brown. Well, he's looking at why can't he cut it in, but he could play it to this right corner here. Well, he needs the brown. He'll have to play it with any great pace.
Sorry. Sure.
Prevention better than cure. This is a shot that Selby does not want to kick on. This for the frame. Enough to leave Murphy needing 2 snookers.
Mark Selby 4.
So unless those penalty points are forthcoming, that's 11-9 to Selby.
He's still keeping up the pressure, this youngster from Leicester, and 2 oldies from the... No, I'm joking. You didn't find the hoodies then?
No.
He's still looking good, boys, I have to say. And so too is Mark Selby. How much pressure do you think Shaun Murphy's under out there? He's the man expected to win. He's the world number 5 out there.
Yes, I mean, expectation is the thing that sometimes can sort of put you under pressure. I think probably exercised any of that in the last round, so therefore they're just playing for the pride now and the glory that goes with it. But the longer that Mark Selby keeps in front, the more he's got to start really believing. We said it yesterday, but even so, you know, getting closer to the finishing line, it doesn't look like he's balking at all.
No, not at all. Self-belief, a real key for Mark Selby, and he's built up a real head of steam in his championship so far, John.
Yeah, I mean, if you play the way he played against Peter Ebdon with the 5 centuries in there, we could go on about that, but that was a stupendous performance. Knocked out somebody like Ebdon, who's very difficult to play against because, you know, Peter has a tendency just to slow it down a little bit. When people start getting a run on him, he goes a little slower, makes it harder for you to play. Never affected Selby in the slightest, so whatever he's been put up against, he's found an answer.
He has indeed. Well, let's just have a quick look inside their dressing rooms. Mid-session interval for them. There's Mark. For once, actually, guys, they haven't put the towels over the snook cams, and there's a little look. Mark just making sure his hair is in place. Very particular about that. He's actually a really nice lad, Mark Selby, and I think possibly because of the circumstances here at the Crucible, you're not getting a chance to see him in a non-tense situation, but he's a bit of a joker, this lad, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a real nice lad as well. He was joking last night with my boy in the hotel, and he was just going to him, and he went, "You're not an Evertonian as well, are you?" He said, "You haven't bamboozled him," and then Josh was having a laugh and joke with him, playing a bit of pool and everything. And yeah, he's a real nice lad.
He is indeed. And Shaun Murphy, let's have a quick look inside his dressing room. Shaun, there he is with his great mate, Kevin Johnson, former professional player himself, just getting a few words of encouragement before they go back out again. And that Shaun's been taking a fair bit of advice from professionals in the game. In fact, Willie Thorne's been giving him a bit of advice, Dennis Taylor, and he's sought lots of different answers to problems. He's not afraid to go and ask professionals for advice, is he, Steve?
No, he's not. I'm not too sure what answers he's going to get that he doesn't know already. It's quite interesting when you think about what the younger players are lacking. I don't particularly think they are lacking anything. I think in many ways they could teach the older players something, but perhaps it's just sort of somebody to assure them they're on the right track, even if perhaps they know more about the game than the people they're talking to.
Well, it's up to Shaun Murphy to find some answers now, because we're going back into frame 21. It's Selby at the table. He's 4 points in front, at Murphy having conceded those points in a foul.
Tough shot, but it would have paid off well had he got it.
One.
Now Murphy's highest break since early in the opening session is only 55, so he needs to have come out from the mid-session interval wearing his scoring boots.
Nine.
Oh.
60.
Murphy unhappy with that. Maybe the contact between cue ball and black wasn't the cleanest, but he certainly expected to be playing from further off the cushion.
Played that quite nicely. A little bit lower on the black than he would like, but he can use the reds here just to keep the cue ball at this end. I don't know how much of the reds he can cannon into. That's in, and he's just about on a red, I think, to the right corner.
24.
Back up for blue or bought cushion off this one. Good pot. Played it very, very well, that. There's one loose red, which I'm certain he'll play for, but then he'll be looking for an angle off the next red to try and bring other reds into play. So imperative here. He gets good position on the black. A lot of people would prefer to be on the blue, but
30.
I think that's a bit risky to play for the blue off this red.
31.
So it's going to be the pot black with pace off the top cushion into the reds. Looks to have a natural angle for the cue ball to travel. That's the line. Just got into him a little bit too much in the middle now.
38.
He's walked round to look to see if there's a red to the left centre. I think he can just get through to it. Can't do a lot with the cue ball. Be hampered cueing. is a tricky one, but he's got the red over the right centre, so no problem with position. Just needs to pot this black.
$46. $47. $54. $55. $62.
Already Murphy's highest break since his 101 early in the opening session.
Yes, and he's taken these quite nicely. Seems to have come out the second half of this session with a little bit more purpose. Just the way he's walking around the table. There you see it.
70.
66 ahead, 75 remaining. Pot this red. Now 67 in front
71.
with only 67 remaining. So just the blue needed. And it'll be nice to win a frame in one visit for Shaun.
$76.
So already Selby needs snookers.
Shaun Murphy, 76.
So it looks very much as if Shaun Murphy's 76 break has reduced his arrears to 11-10.
$1.
Tried to cannon into the red just below the pink and he didn't get it. So I think he'll have conceded the frame. Michaela thinks he's asked for the cue ball to be clear.
Frame conceded, frame Shaun Murphy.
So as we suspected, Murphy's 76 break was decisive. He's reduced Selby's lead to 11-10.
So Murphy successfully playing catch-up again, but he's in trouble. He's under pressure once more in the next frame, 40 points behind.
Red's going over the corner. He needs the green to come to the rescue. Ooh, and it has. And it has. And what's more, there was a possibility, if he hadn't come tight to the green as he has, that the red further down the cushion, he could have hit one onto the other. I don't think even that is an option. So a nice run of the ball there. As you see. I mean, if he could just get to this red, he'd play one onto the other. So he's in trouble here. Maybe even thinking of trying to pot this red here. He's just got to miss the blue. He's trying to come down and knock this red in the corner. Blue's the problem. Good effort. Oh, just a fraction.
Foul and a miss. Shaun Murphy, 4.
Oh, Michaela wasting the breath calling miss, because obviously no way it will be taken. He was so close to this. So that little bit of luck that Shaun Murphy had when he got the snooker, can he take full advantage of it? Comes to the table, 36 points behind.
One.
Yes, and had Selby 40 in front not been so unluckily snookered onto the edge of the green, then it's quite possible that Murphy might not have got back to the table at all in this frame.
Nice control shot on the pink. And now nicely on this
7.
red, which will clear the black spot.
8.
And there's 2 reds together just above the black that I'm sure one of them is available into this corner pocket. Sure now
15.
there'll be one more loose red after the one he's played, but he'd like to have a nice angle on a colour here to just develop the 4 reds that are blocking one another at the moment.
16.
A little bit lower than he would have liked. I mean, ideally you would like to cannon the red that's just to the left of the cluster of 4. That's the one, and that would bring them all into play. Got it, just about. If it had been a little bit straighter on the black, it'd have been a lot easier. He had to play it. He couldn't play it with as much pace as he would normally do. He wanted to hit that red, not full half ball, but it's okay. He's got a red to the right centre, red to the left centre. And just 13 points behind now. A good chance. Playing this, he must have the perfect angle on this red just to stun it in for the black in the same pocket.
24.
Played it nicely. Now that takes him just 5 points behind, but he will need the 5 remaining reds.
31.
Shouldn't need the awkward red on the right-hand side of the table with a colour, which might make that obstacle a little bit easier. Because the other reds, of course, are
32.
all in the middle of the table. But the 5 reds he needs.
$39. 40.
He's had a couple of glances at the scoreboard. And as I say, the thing is with that awkward last red, which he should leave till the end, there's no need to take any risk because he doesn't need a
47.
colour off it. So he could drop behind it after he gets these next 2 reds with colours.
48.
A little bit too straight on this black. Oh no, he's just got enough angle to force it across. Once again, he checks the scoreboard.
55.
19 ahead. Red, pink. Put him 26 ahead, so he will need a a colour off the red on the right-hand side of the table if he doesn't play for black.
$56.
Be a little bit careless if he's too straight on this pink. Oh, and he couldn't be straighter. Just needed a slight angle just to stun across behind the awkward last red. He's not got that option now. I suppose the best you could do is just play a little screw shot and chance the double. This pink to go 26 points in front with 27 left on the table. Oh, sorry, 35 left on the table. So he needs more than the red.
62. Shaun Murphy, 62.
Chose not to play for the double. Preferred to leave himself in the best position to play a potentially creative safety. Good hit, but to no avail.
Yes, the old problem. It was a good hit, but he couldn't get the red safe. And just a red and a colour now to level the match once again.
1.
Shaun Murphy had a big stroke of luck in this frame.
7.
He was 40 behind. Fluke snookered his opponent with a red
9.
hanging over a pocket. But for that, Selby would have had a chance to clinch the frame, but Murphy, of course, still had to pot the balls. He made 62.
Shaun Murphy, 9.
Laid a snooker, and unless something remarkable happens, Murphy will have levelled the match at 11-all.
And indeed, he's done it. Murphy, 11-11 now with Mark Selby. Can he maintain the momentum and push on now in frame 23?
Well, he's had a look at the side of the cluster. Mainly player, you know, they look to see as a plan, but they also try to make certain they're not going to knock anything over the corner pocket. Well, in the end, he thought it wasn't planned. He thought it was going to go to the corner pocket, and not only that, chance it may go in. Well, there you see it. Well, that was a nice bonus to pick that out, and it just shows you all you up-and-coming snooker players always have a good look at the cluster. You never know what might be in there. And he's finished on the green.
And maybe the one benefit Selby has had from playing quite a bit of 8-ball pool is that with pool, the plants or combination shots are a much bigger part of the game.
Yeah, just remind me again, Clive. He did very well at 8-ball pool, didn't he?
Well, Selby won the English Pool Association version of the World Championship last July in Blackpool, which had a £10,000 first prize. But there are more governing bodies in pool than there are in boxing, so he's not the undisputed world champion, let's say.
Five.
Good shot. Couldn't have played that better. Well, if he goes on to win this championship, it'll be a double, I think he'd like to mention. We know,
12.
you know, English amateur champions, world amateur champions, then go on to win the world professional, as people
13.
like Ken Doherty have done. But to be an 8-ball world champion and a world snooker champion, that's an unusual double.
Yes, it would be. He plays most of his pool
20.
with his mates for Leicestershire for no money. It's his way of relaxing away from snooker.
Twenty-one.
Looks to have a nice angle here, so if you could... All depends how he wants to go in them, but if he played a little cannon, you know, just get the join of those two reds. Well, he's obviously spotted another plant, has he? Must have done.
28.
We'll have to go up for the blue, but looks pretty well on. Got the plant, and more importantly, finished nicely on the blue. Just got to have nice control here of the cue ball. A little bit straighter, he'd have no problem in holding the cue ball, but just a little bit more to do with the cue ball now. Played the cannon. You always trust a little bit to luck when you run into other balls, and do you know something? I don't think he's on anything.
34.
I think the fact that he threw his chalk in the air just shows you he feels he's unlucky. Not another plant. This will be the third one this visit. Can be made, not directly in line, but can be made.
Well, this is great stuff. 3 plants in this break of 35. And now, with the reds open, a great chance to regain the lead
38.
at 12-11.
Thirty-nine.
A degree of awkward bridging. but being able to just roll the black with automatic position.
46.
That wasn't any real difficulty.
$47.
Once again, nicely on the blue, and this time inch perfect on the blue. He can do what he likes with the cue ball. He won't be playing any cannons, just play for the loose reds. That's all he needs.
$52. 53. $60.
Just red and black secures the frame.
61. $68. 69.
There were so many plants in the early stages of this break that maybe he should be invited onto Gardener's World, but he judged them all perfectly.
$76.
And having secured this frame,
$77.
cannot be behind going into the final session of this match this evening. Twelve reds, 2 greens,
84.
2 blues, 8 blacks.
$85. $88. $89. $96. $97.
So here comes Mark Selby's 8th century of the championship.
$104.
He is the leading century maker here this year.
$107.
He came here having made only 48 centuries in the previous 7 years of his professional career.
$111.
So he's playing the snooker of his life.
$116.
All 15 reds have been potted in this wonderful break. And with that total clearance of 129, Mark Selby regains the lead at 12-11.
What an answer from the younger man. His 9th Crucible century this year. And can he extend his lead going into tonight's concluding session? This, coming up now, is the last frame of the morning.
One.
But the cue ball bounced further off the cushion than Selby expected. So instead of being smack on pink to middle, that suspiciously springy bounce has left him out of position.
Yeah, I said a few frames ago that both players have been saying that the cushions are very lively. I mean, if they're consistently lively, then you have to allow for them. Looked a straightforward shot. Now this is Hawkeye and a non-springy cushion table. And that, as you see, it'd been perfect, wouldn't it? Pot the pink, 2 reds to the right, the pink would have been available. You could possibly have envisaged him winning the frame. But not now. He's got a snooker to contend with. And he can think all he likes about it. He's got to pick out a ball and hit it, because we know miss will be called if he doesn't. I suppose there's the main ball he'd be desperate to cover was the one that's closest to the right corner pocket. I mean, I'd give one go here and maybe nominate, I don't know, brown. I mean, if you could hit the brown and get behind it, that would be good. I'll give you a suggestion of mine. Now, folks, how about that? It could work.
That's all he's got to do.
It's as simple as that. As I say, all he's got to do, Clive, at the end of the day, is nominate a colour, look for a colour that you could possibly get safe off. And if you can do that, then you play the shot. You can think about this all day long. It's not as if you're wondering which ball to pot or how to play it safe. I always loved the line from Ted Lowe, which I say from many times, that...
Blue ball.
Oh, he's playing the blue. Okay. I'd have said brown myself and tried to get a bit closer to the cushion, but... He's picked it out. It's a good hit. But he knew if he hit the blue full in the face, he'd be leaving Shaun Murphy a chance of a pot red. And that's what he's done. That was the danger of hitting the blue. But good shot anyway.
And at least he hasn't given a large number of penalty points away from multiple attempts.
It's a nice opening red from Shaun right in the middle of the pocket, but it all depends. He obviously finished tight on the cushion, which doesn't help. Depends where he's finished on the yellow. If he's straight, he can just roll it in and leave himself a similar red to the one he's just potted. So another cup pot needed. 6 points to lead.
3.
These 4 reds. And could win the frame.
Ten.
If he stays on the pink, then these remaining 2 reds, just one more pink, and then the last red would be sufficient. So in theory, he's just 3 pots away from securing this frame and going into the final session this evening all square. Big frame, big moment in the match.
Eighteen.
Well, not the ideal angle on the pink to get on the last red. Selby was unlucky to leave himself in a self-inflicted snooker through a springy bounce which altered the course of this frame. And now that Murphy is canning the yellow,
24.
this frame is certainly not over yet. 27 in front, but needs this red to clinch it. A very good pot from distance. So, although Murphy was lucky because of the self-inflicted snooker that Selby laid on himself to get back into this, he certainly exploited the reprieve he was given.
Oh,
31.
what an evening we've got in store now. Because at the end of this evening, one of these young men will be in the final.
Shaun Murphy, 31.
So, barring 2 snookers, it's going to be 12 all going into this evening's final session.
And that's indeed the way it stands. 12-12. What a session we're going to have tonight. 7 o'clock on BBC Two. Do not miss that with us this evening. But when Shaun Murphy left the arena just after that 12th frame that he won there, the fist was pumped, and I think he clearly felt the happier, or was it, John, the more relieved of the 2 men out there this morning?
Both, because you don't want to be going behind into this evening's session against a player of Mark Selby, who does seem to be unfazed by everything that he's faced so far. So, yeah, there was a little fist pump there. Happy to be 12 all, go away and ready for this evening.
What is the difference between this session that they've just played and the tense 4th session in a semi-final? Is the atmosphere markedly different, Steve?
I think, yeah, probably every match builds up to a crescendo, and so tonight they'll be extra fired up if you can be. But in contrast to that, the players are not so nervous as they would have been in the first round. Because they know it's business as usual, it's another day in the office, and they know they're going to play to a decent standard, but they're just ready for the onslaught, the final onslaught that's ahead for that round.
Shaun Murphy clearly he's gone the distance before, all the way, and he's won it. Mark Selby, everything is new for this man. So does Shaun have an advantage in that respect because of his experience, do you think, John?
I don't think so. I think because Selby's, he savoured the atmosphere. The one advantage he had for me was the first session, the opening session, because it really is new. But Mark's played in those 3 sessions now, knows exactly what's coming about, what he's got to do. Might be a bit different when they get near the winning post. That's not to say it won't be, but at the moment he's fine.
What do you make of the way that Mark Selby's responded every time that Shaun Murphy's got near him? Yet again, 3 centuries in this match already.
Well, I think he just feels at home out there. You know, a player comes of age and all of a sudden in the biggest arena possible is not fazed by it. He certainly isn't fazed by what's going on. You know, and obviously the confidence he's going throughout the event helps that. But even so, you can still, you know, falter when all of a sudden things get too big for you, and it certainly hasn't happened. So should he go on to win this semi-final, which is a possibility, I don't think he'd be fazed in the final either.
Well, I think it's going to be a classic night tonight. Do join us at 7 o'clock, as I say. But I think what's significant about the fact that we've got Shaun Murphy and also Stephen Maguire in the other semi-final, which we're just about to enjoy. What were the things you were telling him?
Twice this evening, Mark Selby has recovered from the odd frame behind. Both players are desperate to win, but there isn't quite so much pressure on Murphy because nobody can take away the fact that he was champion here 2 years ago. As for Selby, though, who hopes to lift that 80-year-old trophy with Shaun Murphy's name already on it, Mark Selby, 23 years of age and very good. But if he doesn't get to the final this year, will such a good chance come again? Because there are so many good young players on their way up. Collision with the baulk colour from Selby's safety has given Murphy this opportunity. Well, he confidently expected that everything would be safe if he missed it, but the red he attempted has slid off another red and finished in a potable position.
Yes, and we was looking at Shaun Murphy's face there, very disappointed. He's getting to that stage now where everything that runs slightly wrong, just you feel it more. I don't know whether who's expecting a kiss on the yellow and brown, but having not got it, he's got a thin cut on the blue, thin cut on the black. Nothing easy.
Mark Selby, 1.
Played it in such a way that he believed he had a good chance of covering the pocket with the black. If the black didn't drop in.
Yes, but there's a possibility of a red to the right centre here. Well, Shaun looking at the possibility of a plant. Looking at the other red, which he can pot direct. It's a very narrow angle into the middle, but as we've said already this evening, that the modern game, see half a chance, go for it. He's obviously playing the plant. And getting it.
1.
You'd think that Murphy would be good for 40 at least here.
8. 9.
'Little cannon. Didn't want to play that too hard because he could have just run through the
16.
red, so just loosen them slightly. Hasn't knocked another red on. But there's 4 reds nicely in the open. The hands of Michaela Tapp, delicately replacing the cue ball.
$17.
A woman's touch.
Forcing it in off the top cushion.
24.
And nicely on the red, just run it through for the black in the opposite corner.
25. $32. $33.
Looks like he's going into the reds. He'd have been very unlucky not to be on one, and they're broken really nicely.
40.
That one goes. He's got the red to the middle, as we can see. There's a red just above the pink that he thought he'd be unlucky to be on, so took the chance. They broke nice.
$41.
Good chance now.
$46. $47.
Top red of these 4.
54.
Goes to the right corner. 53 points the lead. Now he's going to need, probably think, 3 of the remaining reds.
$55.
Wouldn't want to be playing the cannon off this black. He'd rather play for that loose red that's just to the right of the pink. No need to take any risks whatsoever now.
62.
So, yeah, just a red and a pink would put him 68 points in front with only 67 left.
Over the line in this frame, drawing the snooker.
69. $70.
Well, remembering this is the semi-final of the World Championship, and we now get into the real nitty-gritty of this match. Both players, you've got to commend them for showing such great composure. Shaun Murphy has looked in complete control of this situation, which can't be easy. Moments like this.
74.
And if he opens this cluster of 3 reds, we could see yet another century.
$81. 82.
On course for the 63rd century of the tournament in all, and Murphy's 5th. He's already made 1 in this session. Selby has made 2.
89. 90. 97. 98. 105. 107. 110.
This is a fabulous standard.
114. 119. 125.
Twice this evening, Murphy has gone the odd frame in front. He does so again with that superb clearance of 132. Shaun Murphy leads Mark Selby by 15 frames to 14. And that's just heat that snooker can offer.
Thank you. Frame 30. Shaun Murphy to break.
So once more, Mark Selby has to respond.
Yes, and he's got a red to go at. Shaun slightly over-hitting the break-off shot.
back.
Couldn't be straighter. So deciding to play for the red in the right middle, cleverly holding the black spot, knowing that the black...
8.
Well, maybe he didn't hold the black spot. He didn't have to. The black wasn't on its spot. But anyway, so he's on this red, but it's tricky, an acute angle. Great shot.
9.
Into the bunch. And on the red to right middle.
16. Seventeen.
Sure. 17 frames required, of course, for a place in the final. Mark Selby has got to sit there now and wonder if he's going to get another chance in this frame.
Yes, 2 more frames required to supply an opponent for John Higgins tomorrow and Monday.
$22.
Not on his intended red, which was 1 to left corner. But Murphy is cueing so well, potting so well. It's a surprise when he misses one.
Play for the red, just below the pink. He'd like to have
30.
been straighter on it. Is there an alternative? Doesn't appear to be one, so he's just got to manoeuvre the cue ball here slightly. Judged it well. He's lost the pink, but he won't be too bothered about that. He's more concerned getting position on the black.
$38. $39.
No need to play for a cannon here. There's the red to the out left of the 4 that's nicely well. I'm surprised he played the cannon. There was no need to play the cannon for me there. There was a loose red
46.
to the left of those 4 which he could have played on, which would have cleared the path for another red. He pots that, clears the path for the other red. Whenever you run into balls, it can go wrong. Bad decision.
Shaun Murphy, 46.
So, Murphy, having lost position through a dubious choice of shot, is forced into a safety. Having scored 46, Selby, I'm sure, was fearing a frame winner at that visit.
Terrific. 15. Critical. Them in. Draw a line and
Didn't have
One.
the angle to get on the blue. But judging from the applause from the spectators behind the shot, he's on the black.
yeah, the lights have got his hand on the table, but he is queuing like a dream, as you said, Clive. And that's another endorsement of that, because normally when the commentator says that, something is horribly wrong, but
8.
that's why it surprised me on his last visit he played the cannon. Just got a little bit ahead of himself, I think, because he doesn't look like missing when he's in. And therefore,
9.
the only way he's going to break down is if he runs out of position.
60. $17.
Nicely played. And now just the black needed to go 71 points in front with only 67 left on the table, and Shaun Murphy will then be one frame away from a place in the final.
$24.
Well, there was just a flick on the near red, which means that Murphy can't continue his break, and in turn that means that Selby would need only one 4-point snooker to tie, assuming blacks with the remaining reds.
Shaun Murphy, 24.
Very good long red from Selby, which gives him just the glimmer of a chance. There shouldn't be any problem in getting his next two blacks.
8. $9.
Also, Selby has ended a run of 203 unanswered points from Murphy.
$60. $17.
Would like to be able to pot this black and another red and black before playing for snookers on the last red.
$24. $25.
No harm here if he pots the black just to bring the red away from the cushion. It might develop it into a better position for a snooker. If he felt like it, of course, he could pot it, because he's not in a situation where he needs
32.
more than one snooker, just one snooker to tie at the moment. There you see, 39 behind, 35 remaining. 4-point snooker to tie. As I always say in these situations, if you're not certain about the snooker, as Shaun looks on, he had 2 good chances to win this frame. He's still favourite, but it should have been over by now. But if you're not certain of getting the snooker, make certain you get the red safe.
There's no natural route to a snooker here.
We're just wondering if there's any value in screwing the red into the pink and trying to get the cue ball back behind the black. Just a thought. One that didn't cross Mark's mind.
Mark Selby, 32.
Red safe enough, not got the snooker. Now, if he felt confident enough about this, he could pot this red and the black. You don't mind potting the red as long as you can get on the black. Well decided that he might get a snooker behind green, but a little bit too thin on the red. Well, there's the snooker, and there's just a little bit of distance between the red and the side cushion, so the reason I mention that, if he comes off the top cushion, don't think he can swerve around the green. There's just a little gap that you could go through. So I'd expect him to hit it, but as I say, mind the gap. Good hit.
Snooker, and that's a worrying one for Murphy because of the red's proximity to the pink.
Foul. Mark Selby 6, 3 ball.
So it was a 4-point snooker to tie, but having extracted a 6-point penalty and a free ball, Selby can now win.
Yellow ball.
Yellow nominated as his extra red.
And looks to have a nice angle on the brown to pot it and bring the red and the pink into play. If this goes right, we've got a new favourite for the frame. I don't think he's developed the red into a potable position unless it passes the pink. And I don't think it does. There you see it doesn't. So what? Roll up little snooker behind the pink. Needs to get this though. He has done. He's calling all the shots at the moment, is Mark Selby.
Well, was the successful snooker that Selby laid a couple of minutes ago the sort of shot that turns into a match turner?
Coming off the top cushion, there's only half of this red to hit. Hit it well. Couldn't have played it better. But the way these balls are situated, even though Shaun Murphy has got a 28-point lead, for me, it's even money, either player. To me, it's all about who pots this last red. And if that goes behind the green, ooh, nearly. Hitting the left-hand side of the red. He's trying to get the cue ball back towards that green. Well, the red's safe enough, but you just got to be careful. And obviously there's a lot of pressure now on Shaun. He knows he's had two very good chances to win this frame. When he potted the black for frame, we thought, took a 71 in front with only 67 left. Should have got on the next red, and then he wouldn't have had to suffer this exchange at the end of this vital frame. So the pressure's turned a little bit. And for Mark Selby, he's just glad to have a chance to win it. And what a turning point it could be, because Shaun Murphy must have thought for all the world he was going to be just one frame away from the final. It hurt to lose this one.
Well, it's all. That was a good shot.
Yes, and if it had just slid past the green, I think it would have been even better, but I think there's a gap for Shaun to get through. There you see it.
Selby disappointed that his good shot wasn't an even better one.
Well, we've had 3 century breaks tonight, and they've been outstanding, but to me, this is the best frame of the evening. Without a doubt, it's had everything. And it's still hard to pick the winner. I know Shaun Murphy's 28 points in front, but to me, it just hinges on this last red.
Selby has driven the red to exactly where he intended to drive it, the middle of the cushion. Again, Selby returns the red to the cushion.
Caught the safety much too thick. He'd have been happy, Shaun, had he not the blue safe, but I think it's still in a possible position. If and when Mark Selby was to get a chance. The balls are still in the open. There you see it, 28 points behind, 35 remaining. As far as Mark Selby's concerned, any colour off this red would do.
with awkward cueing. He concentrated on a good safety.
And the kiss on the brown has made it a good snooker. I'm right behind the line of it, and this isn't a straightforward one at all. He just can't get off the baulk cushion. Can he hit the red and get it safe? He's hit the red, but he's left it. He's left it home. What a turnaround this could be.
Well, in the ordinary way, Selby would be a hot favourite to clear up from this position, but this is not in the ordinary way.
One.
Yes, I know what you're referring to, Clive. There's a lot of pressure out there. But the key shot, because we can look at it in the cold light of day, will be brown to blue for me. The blue's on to the right middle. And the pink being on its spot won't cause a problem getting from blue to pink. So brown to blue is going to be the key as to whether Mark Selby can win a frame that he came to the table 71 points behind. And Shaun potted the, well, looked like frame ball black. Didn't get on the next red, and this is what's happened since.
Nine.
Well, he took a bit of a chance there, running round off two cushions, but he's okay. He's okay, but as I say, to me, the key shot, brown to blue.
Too much angle.
He's playing this off three cushions for the blue. In goes the brown. This looks inch perfect to me. Oh, it's just running on a little bit too far. There's applause, but that's not perfect by any means. Straight on the blue, a formality. Not anymore.
Well, this is a very tricky little shot. And also the cue ball is going away from the pink.
Yes, and to get it to come in and out of baulk, he'd have to play it with a little bit more pace. And it's going into the middle pocket at an acute angle. He's now looking at the possibility of playing it into the far corner pocket so he can hold for the pink. That's the two options. The pink, if he stays in the middle of the table, only goes into the left corner pocket. Doesn't go in the right corner. He's playing it into the right corner pocket. Soft screw. Big, big shot.
Mark Selby, 16.
Well, on such small margins, does so much depend. Very nearly potted it, but the real tragedy from his point of view was going just past the ideal position where he couldn't really have missed the blue. And the pink would have been sitting as well.
5. Settle down.
Mark Selby made a gallant effort to rescue the frame from 0.71, but it's Shaun Murphy who goes 2 up with 3 to play. Murphy leads by 16 frames to 14.
He's certainly not beaten yet, and he's going to make Shaun Murphy work extremely hard. Here we go. How many more twists and turns to come in this semi-final?
Mark Selby to break.
Mark Selby has to win the 3 remaining frames to snatch victory and a place in the final. This was his attempt at the blue in the last frame, so nearly in, and he was so disappointed. Shaun Murphy clinches the frame, and you can see just how wound up he is by that reaction.
Yeah, and as I said, very relieved as well, Clive. Because he had 2 very good opportunities. He didn't have to put himself through all that. But in the end, Mark Selby just a fraction off punishing Shaun. And that's what this game's all about, fractions.
A very important part of championship snooker is overcoming your disappointment. He couldn't have been more disappointed to lose the last frame, but this is a new one. And he can't let it affect him by dwelling on it too much.
4. Five.
Needs to get in and around the black as soon as possible. That's where he'll accumulate the points to make a frame-winning contribution. Don't get me wrong, Clive, I know losing that last frame would have hurt Mark, but I think it'd have hurt Shaun Murphy a lot more.
Well, if you're 71-0, your opponent needs a snooker. You assume you're going to win it, and if you don't, it could be shattering.
Needs a good shot here. Might not even try and stay for the black here. Well, he has done. He's got the cannon. He didn't play the cannon, believe me. But he'll settle for it. Needs a stun around the back of the black. Can he hit this thin and go into the red with lots of pace? He does. How's your luck? It's so... Well, I was going to say okay, but I think it is okay. I think he's got a
16.
Nice, easy red to the right corner. The reds are nicely spread.
$17.
And of course, when you're 1 frame away from defeat, you know that one mistake and your hopes could end. So there's lots of pressure on this young man.
You've got to have resilience, you've got to have grit,
23.
you've got to have bottle for this sort of thing.
$24.
And I'll add to that, Clive, a strong mind and never lose sight of your confidence in your ability. That's what will carry him through here. The knowledge that the last 15 days he's played the best snooker of his life, and he's got to remember that now, just have positive thoughts Don't think anything negative. I don't expect this to go wrong, but he'd have rather not been using the extension on his cue and the extended rest. But he's got a choice here. Black or pink, he can be on off this red.
Promising start towards the frame, but he needs to win
38.
to get back to only one behind. It would be enough.
$39.
To increase the pressure on Shaun Murphy.
Well, looking at that red, I don't know. A little bit harder, it wouldn't have gone in. And I think when you play a shot like that, your heart's in your mouth, so he's just taking time now just to compose himself again. He nearly missed that red.
$46. $47.
You'd think he played a little cannon now on the three reds that are in between the pink and black. Played it delightfully. He's got a lovely touch in the balls as this young man. He's a good safety player, and with that touch,
54.
He's a top break builder. He's certainly impressed me in this championship.
$55.
I was hoping he could avoid the kiss so that the pink would be on, but he's still on the blue. The blue to go 60 points in front. There's still 75 left. So another red and a black or a pink would do. Just needs to avoid the baulk colours, getting the cue ball back to this end. Red and a black to leave Shaun Murphy needing a snooker.
Jubilation from the Selby supporters. Murphy resigned to having to play at least one more frame.
$68. Mark Selby, 68.
The prodigious kick robs him of the easy red. Murphy needs only one snooker. Selby had every right to expect that easy red plus a colour would put Murphy comprehensively out of this frame.
Well, I know it's a different scoreline, but it's still one snooker needed. Almost a repeat of the last frame. But that wasn't Mark's fault. He was very unlucky there. If he doesn't get the kick, this frame would have been over now. They'd have been setting him up for the next frame.
Can Selby get through? He can. This red should put the frame beyond doubt. After the grievous disappointment of losing the last frame,
6.
Mark Selby has played this one in sterling fashion.
7. Fourteen. 15.
So whatever happens in the rest of this frame is for amusement
22.
only.
Look red.
Mark Selby has won the first of the hat-trick of frames he needed to snatch victory and a place in the final.
23.
Shaun Murphy composing himself for the next frame. I guess with this frame over,
30.
I can
31.
refer briefly to the financial implications. £42,000 for the loser, at least £110,000 for the winner. But this is not
Mark Selby,
about
31,
money.
and the king.
It's about glory. Mark Selby takes the frame to keep in the match. It still trails 16-15, which is one down with 2 to play.
Just to let you know that programme, have I got a bit more news for you? follows a little bit later on, because I think it's only fair, after all. Things you were telling yourself going back out into the arena, is it still a blur, and can we learn anything from that process?
Well, I had to win the last 3 frames, and I just kept myself positive. I was very determined, probably a little bit angry. You know, I wanted to do it. I wasn't going to go down fighting, and I just kept myself positive. And Mark Selby has done exactly that. You know, I said when he was 2 behind that he wasn't out of it, and he isn't. But there was a couple of things happened in that frame there that was terrific. It showed you the composure of him. He finished, I think it was on a straight blue. And he decided to take the yellow on, and he played a fantastic shot on the yellow to get himself up to the reds. In fact, we can show you he was straight on the blue, but he couldn't get on a red. And John Virgo had put a circle up, and Mark played the terrific screw shot, and he wasn't very far away from where John had the circle. I mean, that was some shot under that sort of pressure.
Well, pressure is the word, Dennis, and he's certainly withstood huge amounts of that, and I think he's shown us all what kind of character the man has here.
Yeah, well, we said at the top of the show, how do you pick a winner? I think that really applies now, because how do you pick a winner? They've both been fantastic, and as the boy said, it's a shame there has to be a loser here, but that's what top-class sport is all about, and this last frame is going to just be so exciting.
Any sense that Shaun Murphy will be dispirited at having not squandered this opportunity, but at least having seen it fly out of his hands?
No, I think even if Shaun loses this, he will praise Mark the way he's played. I mean, they're good friends away, you know, off the table. I mean, he'll be full of praise for his opponent, and vice versa, I think. I agree, it's a shame someone has to lose this one.
But someone does. And when we get into a final frame decider like this, what is the best way to play it? Do you have to be canny, cautious? What?
Yeah, you want to put a couple of good safety shots in and try and force your opponent into leaving you a chance, but that's easier said than done. And it's like the semi-final this afternoon. We can expect possibly a few easy balls to be missed because there's so much pressure on both players. It'll be highly unlikely if one of them wins it with one visit, but you never know. But it doesn't get any better than this.
Well, Dennis, the boot is firmly on the other foot for Shaun Murphy, because it was Shaun who came straight back at Matthew Stevens in their quarter-final, if you remember, and he was the man who forced the pace. The momentum was all with him, and eventually he came through that. He is not in a defensive situation, but will he perceive it like that, do you think?
I don't think so. I think he'd just go out, both of them will go out. They just want to get an early chance to give themselves, you know, just a chance to knock a few balls in and settle down. But anything can happen in a one-frame shootout, Hazel.
OK, here we go. Shaun Murphy, Mark Selby, this is it.
Thank you. The final frame. Mark Selby to break.
The most important frame of Mark Selby's life.
Right, that's enough. It's kind of important. Let's just let them settle down and play their game. Thank you.
Yes, that was a timely word from Michaela Tabb, calming some of the more excitable spectators. Could just reach the potting angle. Brought the cue ball round behind the back of the black. But the red that he attempted has left a possible for Selby to the other corner.
One.
Another day, he might have been on the pink in the middle. But not this one. He's on nothing. I'm sure he played to avoid the kiss on the second red, but
Yellow ball.
finished on nothing. And, well, this yellow, he's got to get a lot of side on this cue ball to get to the yellow. Just about made it.
Mark Selby, 1.
Shaun Murphy still looks calm and self-possessed. And the secret of that is intense concentration. Play the balls and not the occasion. Not so easy to do, though. That was meant to be a thin edge.
Mark Selby, 4.
Well, the miss won't be taken because he's left a red on for Mark into the left corner. We know the pink's available into the right centre. I think the black's available into the top corner. First chance.
A little nearer the side cushion than he would like, because he has to strike downwards to get the necessary backspin.
Yes, he played one of these in the last frame and missed it. Just seemed to overhit it. No mistake that time, and played a nice cannon to develop the red.
8.
And what this means by cannoning that red after potting the black, he's cleared the black spot area now. Black nicely in the open for both corner pockets.
Nine. Sure.
Murphy hoping that Selby isn't going to make too many from this visit.
$14. $15.
Well, that was a kick. And Selby, instead of having the automatic black, has a tricky one.
Yeah, showing his disappointment there. And as well he might. first look, I'm looking at Mark Selby more than the table here. Does this red go?
22.
I think it does just. Well, it must be very tight if he's going round the other side of the table to have a look from behind the pocket. Well, Shaun played the poor safety. Is that the difference between success and failure in this frame?
23.
Selby, of course, has still got to pot the balls, and a lot more yet. He has to go away from the black.
$31.
But he's just above the blue, which is exactly where he wanted to be.
Nothing he can do, just sit and deep down hope that he gets another chance. Could have got into that a little better. The only reason I say that is he'll have to
36.
use the rest, it appears, if he's playing this red to the right corner. Just a little bit awkward the way the blue is, adjacent to the rest. But no problem, and he looks inch perfect on this pink to me, to be able to pot the pink and run into the reds and loosen enough reds to win the frame at this visit. And I'm taking nothing for granted, but he's inch perfect on the pink.
Well, I expected him to develop virtually every red.
43.
Yeah, what happened here? Not much move, did it? Anyway, he's on a red. That's the most important thing. But I think it's the only loose red. So he'll be looking for an angle off this red to try and get on a cover to bring some more into play. Now, what's he on? Is he on the green? Just about. Looks very straight on the yellow. I don't think that can be an option. I don't think there's anything that will pot without him moving things. Here's the angle on it. Well, slight angle. Slight angle on the yellow, but green was my first thought. Can he bring reds into play off this? He's okay. He's got a choice of a red to the right centre, and the reds are now loose. So if he pots this red, gets a nice angle on the blue, the frame's there to be won. But nothing is simple this stage of a match. Semi-final World Championship, the Crucible Theatre. Big, big moments. Wrong side of the blue. They keep shouting out, come on, Mark. It's not helping him any. Played the run round. got on the red in the open, he'd have liked to have been on, I don't think.
53.
I think he may have just run too far. He's still got the red to the left corner. But if he's straight on that, it's not ideal position. And there's what ran too far, he thinks. I don't think the one at the bottom of that little line of reds goes. Although he's having another look. The problem with the one to the left corner, he can't get the cue ball away from the cushion. Thinks he can get past the pink to pot this. He was right. He was right. 59 points for lead. This yellow and one more red for a place in the final. Nothing Shaun Murphy can do. This has been a tremendous performance, this, from Mark Selby. But I have to say, both players have been a credit to themselves and a credit to the game of snooker, the way they've played this match and the spirit it's been played in. But this yellow and one red for victory.
Doesn't want it too near the cushion. But this is it. It's such a big shot. He gets up from it and starts his preliminary procedure again. Over the line, bowling the snooker. You cannot blame them for losing position on the black. He's got it anyway. What a recovery.
Yes, and I think that just underlines the fact he's now going to be in the final against John Higgins, and the character, the skill that he's shown this evening is going to be a match for anyone.
So barring three snookers, that is it. Mark Selby is going to be in the final.
I bet that water tastes good. He's done really, really well. Yes, take a break. Wonderful performance. He deserves to enjoy every emotion that he's feeling now. Spare a thought for Shaun Murphy. In the last frame, he potted a blue into the top pocket, and but for a bad run of the ball, may have had a chance to close out frame and match. He's not had a chance in this one. The poor safety shot was his undoing.
Mark Selby trailed 5-1 near the end of the opening session. It was level at 8-all at the end of the second, twice in the third.
6.
He went 2 frames in front. Couldn't consolidate.
7.
This evening, he was always coming from behind, and only at the death has he got his nose in front.
13. 14.
From 2 down with 3 to play, this was a marvellous performance. Such heart, such skill, and I'm sure such emotion. A match played in the very best of spirit. Mark Selby is the proud winner. He beats the 2005 champion Shaun Murphy by 17 frames to 16 to go through to the final, all the way from the qualifying competition.
And Mark Selby becomes only the third qualifier ever to make it to the final. He's on his way to our studio. Our commiserations, of course, to Shaun Murphy, who made such a spirited fight of that. I tell you, I've seen it, but I can't quite believe it myself, Dennis. We've seen some great matches at the Crucible. That has to be right up amongst the best of them.
It certainly is. That was incredible, absolutely enthralling. And to see the two players throw their arms around each other, I mean, that's great for the game of snooker. That's what sportsmanship's all about. Great friends away from the table, enemies on the table, but they played the final, the semi-final there in such great spirits. And Mark Selby, I mean, that is unbelievable what he's achieved there in the last 3 frames.
What carried him through in the end, do you think?
I just think because he played so well throughout, you know, and he's made all these century breaks, he must have been full of confidence. As John Virgo said, Shaun was an inch away of when he ran out of position, otherwise he could have run out a winner. But what character from Mark Selby?
Well, I think it's going to be a round of applause from the two of us. And he comes, Mr. Selby, absolutely magnificent. Can you sum up what you've just done and how you did it?
Well, not really. I don't know how I held myself together. It's like living a dream, really. This is what I've dreamt of since I've been a kid, and I'm in the final now, and I'm just going to enjoy every minute of it.
2 down with 3 to play. The towel went over the face. What were you telling yourself at that point, Mark?
Well, I just thought stay positive. I thought it's the semi-final of the world. There's no possible way I was going to give in. If I was 10 frames behind, I'd have still give it me all. But I mean, it was a big frame to go 15-all. I needed a snooker, and if I'd have won that frame, it might have like done Shaun in a little bit. But I mean, I ended up losing it, and I just thought I'd stick in there and managed to come through in the end.
Was there any point that you really doubted yourself that you could do it?
Not really. No. I mean, I kept self-belief all the way through the match, and obviously I've played matches against Ali Carter and I played against Peter Ebdon, and I've showed good steel coming through to the end of the match. And I made a great break there in a deciding frame under the circumstances.
Well, the pressure was absolutely extraordinary, wasn't it,
But
Dennis?
you look so cool as well, and to do it with virtually 1 break and that. How did you hold yourself together? What were you feeling when you were making
I didn't feel cool, Dennis, at all.
You look
felt
so
like I had
rough.
Parkinson's disease.
But tell us more. You changed a couple of seasons ago. You won what, 2-3 matches, and you changed your cue action.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, all I've done is just put my hand a lot closer to the ball, so obviously I'm still pulling my cue back as far as what I used to, but obviously because my hand's closer, it don't look as though it's coming further back. And it's making me generate more power, and I'm getting through the ball a lot better as well, which is obviously helping.
There was one shot I thought, and John Virgo thought, you finished straight on the blue in the second last frame, and you took the yellow and screwed right up and got onto the reds to leave.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. I mean, that's what I mean. I just stayed positive, and I thought to myself, if I get a chance, I'm just going to try and win it in one visit, rather than just bit and bobbing.
Now, your manager, Murkesh Palmer, has played a big part the last couple of seasons. What exactly has he done to help your game, Mark?
Well, he's took a lot of pressure off me off the table. I mean, at the moment, I'm just playing and enjoying the game. He's given me a lot of stability, feeding me a lot of positives, and he comes to all the tournaments with me, which is great, because, I mean, coming to the tournaments on your own, nobody likes to come to tournaments on their own. And obviously, like I say, he just gives me a lot of positives, and he's been brilliant since I've been with him.
So the cue action's changed, the circumstances have changed of actually going to the tournaments, and now suddenly you're facing John Higgins in the final, a man that you knocked out in round 1 last year. Now, I tell you, that must play a part in your thinking.
Yeah, definitely, but I think John's obviously going to remember that, and he'll want to try and get revenge against me. But obviously, I'm going to give him as good a game as I can, and I'm going to give it my all, and hopefully I'll come through tomorrow, Monday night, and I'll be world champion.
Do you believe that that's possible, Mark? Because you've beaten 2 world champions already in Peter Ebdon and Shaun Murphy. Is a third one on the card?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't see why not. I mean, if you get to the final, you've got every chance. And like, if you're in the final, you've got every chance of winning it. So I'm just going to give it my all, and hopefully I can come through.
There was a big supporters club in there tonight, weren't there?
Yeah, definitely. I think I had about 20 friends come down from back home in Leicester. Had about 18 this morning. It was really good.
And there's going to be a scramble for more tickets, I take it, to see you.
Definitely, yeah. Well, not for me, for Mukesh.
Okay. Well, Mark, it's been the most extraordinary evening of snooker, I have to say, and thank you so much for playing your part in it. And a quick word about Shaun Murphy, because we commented on just how marvellous the spirit was between the two of you. You are good mates.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we practice a lot together. He comes down to my club, I go to his. And we was having a laugh and a joke about it before the actual start of the tournament, because we were both in the same halves, saying it would be brilliant if we both got to the semi-final. And I mean, if I was to lose that match against Shaun, I'd have stayed there for a couple of days and supported him and willed him on to win the tournament, just the same as I suppose he will do with me. We've already spoke about it, and he says, like, whoever loses is obviously going to stay for a couple of days and will him on.
I'm sure he'll be here, and I'm sure he'll be rooting for you.
Thank
Mark,
you.
very well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, we've got a former world champion in John Higgins and the most amazing qualifier, Mark Selby, who will be contesting our final tomorrow. We'll be on the air from 3 o'clock. We've had, 30 matches and 575 frames played to get to this point. And 3 o'clock is when we get the 2007 Crucible final show on the road. I'm sure you'll join us for that. Good night.